Good morning, everyone. It's about to start. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Global Fragrance Summit 2025, organized by IFRA, the International Fragrance Association, here in Singapore this year. My name is Valérie Lovisa. I will be your master of ceremony for the next 2 days. On behalf of IFRA, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending today, in person and online. Before we kick off, I also would like to warmly thank our sponsors for making this event possible. These include our gold sponsors, IFF, DSM Firmenich, and Ultra International Limited. Also our silver sponsors, Robertet, BASF, and Simrise, and our bronze sponsors with Takasago and the Japanese Fragrance Association. Also a warm thank you to GSS, our carbon offsetting partner. And before we get onto the show, we have some housekeeping announcement to make. You may have already downloaded the event app called Wova, which gives you access to the full agenda along with speakers' profile, and also unlock networking opportunities. And you may receive as well notification from the organizer. So please download it. And the good point is that you can also ask questions onto the app, which is particularly useful if you're watching online. And we are looking for an active participation within the course of these 2 days, and there will be ample of opportunities. If you don't have yet the app, please search for Wova app and log in with the email you used to register for the event. Now, with regards to timing and breaks, we have a packed program, and we'll try to keep each session on time. We've scheduled breaks throughout the day, but don't hesitate to step outside if you need to. And please don't forget to put your phone in silent mode. Lunch will start today at 12:10 for 1 hour and a half. And I also would like to remind you about the dinner taking place upstairs in the Sky Suite, located at the 69th floor on the Swiss Hotel side. And welcome drinks will commence from 6:30 onwards. With regards to communication, well, all the sessions are recorded, and they will be available for participants to watch after the event. Also, you will see photographers here capturing highlights throughout the day. If you would prefer not to be photographed, kindly let us know. Now, just a note on fire safety, because it becomes very interesting. There will be a drill happening between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. It will be a test. So you're expected to stay seated. We don't have to move. Without this timing between 3 and 4, if there is a drill, this is not a test. So you'll have to leave any belongings behind. And please note that fire exits are onto the left and right just behind me. We have an exciting program, and I will be with you for the next 2 days. I'm also looking forward to seeing your reaction on social media. So please use the hashtag GFS2025 to share your favorite insights, pictures of the event during the course of these 2.5 days. So thank you, everyone. And without any further ado, this is my great pleasure to welcome on stage Alexander Moore, President of IFRA, who will say a few welcome words and will shortly be followed by Paul Anderson, the IFRA Chairman. Please, a big round of applause.
Is it working?
Working.
Okay. Very good, very good, very good. Okay. So, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. for those who do not know me, which might be a few, I'm the new IFRA president since 12 months, okay? So when I started, we already started preparing for this Global Fragrance Summit today, and it's amazing that from a paper concept that was developed, we are now here in this room packed with people with expertise, officials, companies. So this is fantastic, and it's already, for me, I'm very, very happy already just to see you all here. Okay, so very good. Thanks a lot. I would like to say 2-3 things, and then I leave it to the IFRA chairman. First thing is, I really would like to thank Peter from the Flavor Fragrance Association here in Singapore, who is co-hosting this with us. It's a great collaboration, so a big thank you. Already a big thank you also to Valerie for being our master of ceremony today. So for us, when I look at the title of today, it's about making connections. And the title of the event could also be somehow the very description of what IFRA does. We are trying to build bridges. We are trying to build bridges around across cultures. And for us, the standards are part of this. The standards are very important. And for us, they're almost like a bridge into different markets, into different concepts. And therefore, this is an extremely important flagship event for us. This is the event for IFRA during the year, and a lot of work and preparation goes into it. So on this, we are in Asia. Singapore is a hub. For us, extremely important, very dynamic market. We have, of course, China, we have India, Korea, Japan, very dynamic markets for us. And I think Paul might allude to this a little bit more later. So therefore, it makes absolute sense to be here. For us, it's about creativity, innovation, but all this in a very safe environment. And with this, I already stop. Thank you very much for coming. And also just a reminder, and I think Valerie already said it, we have also a lot of people online. So it's really great to have you all here in one room and to learn from each other. So big thank you. I stop here and I would hand over to Paul. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Alex, for opening up the show. The real stars of the show will come later because we're going to have a very, very interactive 2 days with lots of smelling, lots of expertise from around the world of fragrance. And so I think it's going to be a fascinating, certainly I'm going to learn a lot, and I hope you will do as well. I hope you find it interactive. We really encourage everyone to speak up, share experiences, bring your ideas and questions. The room is not so big, so it's an opportunity for us to really use these 2 days to their fullest. Alex has introduced himself, so he's the president, so he's the man that, with the team, does the work. I'm the chair, which means that I'm there to really manage the IFRA board, support Alex and the team with my industry experience, but they're the real experts. So I don't claim to be a regulatory expert at all, but like many of you, I come from the business side and I'm very passionate about this world. Now, I have tried to memorize a speech, but at my age, was impossible. So I'm going to have to read it. And so I'll do my best because I think there are some key points which I hope you'll agree with that I want to get across. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, friends from across the fragrance world, good morning and welcome. It's both a personal and professional honor for me to stand before you today as chairman of the International Fragrance Association. In fact, I spent 4 decades in our wonderful industry, seeing development and product innovation through cycles of growth, challenge, and renewal that have shaped the modern fragrance sector. And in the past year, since being elected chairman of IFRA, I've had the privilege, a real privilege, of seeing our work from a new vantage point, one that deepens my appreciation for what the IFRA organization means to our industry, and more importantly, to the people that we serve. So I'm particularly excited to be with you here this week in Singapore, as this nation and the region of Asia generally has been my home actually on 2 occasions. I feel Asia Pacific in my blood, like many of you. I spent 8 years of my life here in Singapore between 1995 and 2002. I think the population of the country was about half of what it is now, but it still feels like home. And more recently, I spent 4 years in China. And so every time I visit this dynamic part of the world, Asia Pacific, I get the feeling I'm seeing the future unfurl right in front of my eyes. It feels, or should I say, it smells like pure energy. So over the next few minutes, I'll try to take you on a journey. We will explore global circumstances in which we now operate, the shifting center of gravity towards Asia, the consumer megatrends, and the pressures and possibilities of regulation. And we'll reflect on why harmonized standards remain our bedrock and how innovation can flourish even under constraint. And then I'll close with a vision for a fragrance industry that's not only safe and sustainable, but also trusted, respected, and celebrated worldwide. So let's begin by taking a step back and looking at the big picture, which I believe, and I think you will too, is a very positive one. We all know that fragrance is everywhere. It's in the fine fragrances we choose to define our personalities, in the shower products we use to wake up every morning, in the laundry care products to signal freshness and cleanliness, and in ambient home products to create emotions that define our homes and public spaces. In fact, our industry, we all know, touches consumers' lives literally billions of times every single day across the world. And it's part of our personal identity, part of our cultural fabric, and part of our daily well-being. Fragrance evokes memory, signals belonging, and can transform how we feel about ourselves and our environment. This ubiquity is a strength and a responsibility. Our industry serves most of the 8 billion people on our planet who take for granted that the products they use every day are safe, reliable, and of high quality. Behind that simple expectation stands an immense web of science, research, collaboration, you and your colleagues. From perfumers to chemists, from regulators to marketers, from farmers cultivating natural ingredients to scientists designing sustainable synthetics, fragrance is a global ecosystem. And the numbers bear this out. Estimates vary depending on how you define our industry. But we can say if we combine fragrance ingredients, naturals, synthetics, biotech, fragrance compounds, and delivery systems, which have become increasingly important. You'll hear more about that later on. Used in fine fragrances, personal care products, and home care products. Our industry, you can say, is valued up to $40 billion annually. Equally importantly, our industry has historically grown faster than GDP, and I believe it will continue to do so, propelled by tailwinds. And the ones that I see, and you can make your own list, the growing middle class in developing, or should I say, high-growth markets, such as this region. This leads to an increase in penetration and usage of fine fragrances and consumer products. Consumers, in turn, are exploring new product categories, for example, scent boosters or beads in laundry products and candles to create mood in your home. Consumers are seeking new and enhanced fragrance experiences and emotions from their consumer products. This leads to an intensification of fragrance dosage, all good news for our business, and also leads to the use of fragrance delivery technology. And finally, there's an increasing demand for high quality, premium, and sometimes personalized offerings. Much of this is accelerated by the importance of influencers or KOLs, particularly in young people's lives. This all drives an increase in consumption. Yet numbers alone do not capture what matters most. While our industry is creative, innovative, and economically important, it is also, I think you know, invisible. Consumers cannot see the molecules in their fragrance. They cannot tell at first glance whether an ingredient is safe, sustainable, or responsibly sourced. Instead, they have to place their trust in all of us. We trust, or sorry, I should say they trust, what we put into the marketplace must meet the highest standards of safety and transparency. They trust that the magic of fragrance is not only emotional, but also responsible. And that trust is fragile. It must be earned and renewed every single day. And here is where the role of IFRA, along with our numerous partners in the global ecosystem, such as RIFM and various national associations around the world, come to the fore. Why we are holding this Global Fragrance Summit. Now a couple of words on the geopolitical situation. And don't worry, I will not talk about the US. More general. The fragrance industry is very global by its nature. A single fragrance can bring together patchouli from Indonesia, sandalwood from India, citrus oils from Brazil, lavender from France, and synthetics produced in Europe, the US, or China. Our products travel across continents before reaching the consumer. This is a strength, but also a vulnerability. In recent years, we've seen how fragile global supply chains can be. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted shipping, raised costs, exposed bottlenecks in raw material supply. Trade tensions have reshaped flows of chemicals and natural ingredients. And regional conflicts from Ukraine to the Middle East have added volatility in energy markets and transport routes. A blockage in one region can quickly, as we've seen, cascade across the whole fragrance value chain, across many industries, in fact, around the world. At the same time, we face regulatory fragmentation. In Europe, the chemical strategy for sustainability, and latterly the chemicals omnibus, has threatened varied restrictions on fragrance ingredients. In Asia, regulators in China, Korea, and ASEAN are expanding their oversight of cosmetics and consumer products. Each step is legitimate in its intent to protect health and the environment, but together they risk creating a patchwork of rules that could hinder innovation, increase compliance costs, and make global exchange more complicated. So the question is, how do we respond? Well, for IFRA, the answer lies in dialogue and science. Dialogue to ensure regulators, industry, and civil society understand one another's perspectives, and science to provide the evidence that underpins our safety and our industry's credibility. The good news is that our industry has a real track record of working together under pressure. The IFRA standards are already recognized by authorities really across the world, helping to bridge regulatory systems and provide common ground. But we cannot be complacent. In an era of growing geopolitical and regulatory complexity, our role as a global association is more important now than ever. So let's approach these challenges with clarity and confidence. Let us see geopolitics not only as a source of disruption, but as a call to deepen our collaboration, strengthen standards, and prove that fragrance can be both global and responsible. Now, we're here in Singapore, and I mentioned earlier, I call this somehow my second home, as many of you do. Maybe it's your first home in many cases. But apart from the personal love I have for this nation, a few words on Asia Pacific and why we're here. The history of fragrance in Asia Pacific can be traced back thousands of years. In India and China, certainly. Based on rituals of beauty, health, hygiene, and spirituality. This region is also the stage on which much of our industry's future will be written. The decision to meet here in Singapore was not an accident. The city's become one of the world's most important hubs for perfumery. All of the major international fragrance houses and many medium and small fragrance creators have operations here. Thousands of people, you and your colleagues, including perfumers, evaluators, scientists, supply chain workers, are based here in Singapore, shaping products that reach consumers across the region and the world. Singapore's strategic location, its commitment to innovation, capability of attracting talent, and its regulatory sophistication and make it a bridge between other parts of the world. You could say East meets West. It's a natural home for dialogue like this. But the story is larger than one city. The center of gravity of our industry has for years, and that shift continues. It's shifting decisively towards Asia Pacific. If we consider just the demographics, India and China together represent 3 billion people. That's almost a third of humanity. The broader Asia Pacific region accounts for 60% of the world's population when you include Southeast Asia, Japan, and the rest of Asia Pacific. It's not just a matter of scale, it's also about rising incomes, urbanization, and a young, connected consumer base. So for fragrance, this means growth on an unprecedented scale. Asia already accounts for about a third of the global fragrance market, and its share is rising year by year. If I take China, despite a sluggish economy, the perfume market continues to grow year after year. While India is smaller as a market in absolute terms, I was talking to some of our Indian colleagues yesterday, the optimism and the dynamism in India is evident, and it comes through in the buoyancy of the business and in our world as well. And in Southeast Asia, from the huge populations of Indonesia and the Philippines and beyond, that adds another dynamic layer with diverse traditions of scent that meet modern consumer aspirations. So this diversity is a source of richness, but also a challenge. Our task is not to impose a single model, but to understand and respond to the subtleties of culture, climate, consumer taste. Success in Asia will not come from exporting a European or an American template, but from listening, learning, and co-creating with all of your local markets. And it's not just about finished fragrances. Global trade in essential oils is valued at about $9 billion annually, with Asia Pacific both a leading producer and growing importer. I was in Sweden with some of you 3 weeks ago, and I saw this with my very eyes. Companies from India and China probably dominated the IFRA conference. So together, these trends signal further opportunity ahead. But they also carry responsibility, because as Asia grows in importance, so does the expectation of this growth, that it will be safe, transparent, and sustainable. So next, I turn to IFRA, and then I'll conclude. So for IFRA, for 5 decades, 52 years, I believe, this association has been the bedrock of our industry. The standards have been the backbone of consumer confidence, the benchmark of safety recognized by regulators worldwide. They're the invisible contract between our industry and society. Without the standards, regulators would lack confidence in our ability to manage risk. Without them, consumers would question the safety of the products they use every day. In my first year as chairman, I've seen the dedication with which IFRA and its members uphold this mission. It's more than technical work. It's the foundation of credibility, and credibility is the currency of our future. So when we ask what is the future of fragrance, we must begin with this question. Our future rests on maintaining and strengthening the trust of consumers, regulators, and society. Our task then is not simply to respond to the changing landscape around us. It is to lead, to turn challenges into opportunities, to robustly advocate for our palate, and to harness the science and creativity of fragrance, to build not only products that delight, but systems that endure. And at the heart of this lies one of the most important themes of our summit we'll touch on this morning: standards and harmonization. Standards may not always sound glamorous, but they're often invisible to the consumer. And yet they're the quiet architecture on which our industry is built. They're the rules of the game, the foundation of trust, the common language that allows trade innovation and consumer confidence to flourish. Standards should not be a brake on creativity, and I think we'll see this later on, but on the contrary, they can also be seen as unleashing creativity. They provide a safe space in which perfumers can innovate. They provide the assurance regulators need to allow innovation to reach the market, and they provide the consumer with confidence, and the delight of fragrance comes therefore without hidden risks. A word on regulation. When we speak of standards, we must also speak of regulation. Around the world, regulation is expanding in scope and ambition. For our industry, the implications are significant. Each new restriction, each new requirement narrows, potentially, the perfumer's palette. Ingredients that have been used for decades may suddenly face limits or bans based on hazard alone. Entire categories of scent profiles could be challenged. And for an industry built on creativity and emotion, this can feel like a real threat to the very essence of our work. And yet I would also argue that standards like regulation, if approached with the right spirit and the right mindset, could also be a catalyst. Constraints force innovation. They push us to develop new molecules, to rediscover new ingredients, to rethink formulation strategies. They encourage us to invest in green chemistry, in biodegradable alternatives, in sustainable sourcing models. So I'll conclude now with my simple vision and a call to action. Having looked at the challenges and opportunities before us, let me close by sharing a vision for the kind of fragrance industry we must build together. At its core, our industry must always be safe. Safety is the first expectation of every consumer, regulator, and partner we serve. The IFRA standards already provide a strong foundation, but we must continue to invest in science, testing, transparency, to ensure that every fragrance ingredient meets the highest levels of protection for health and the environment. Safety is not negotiable. It's our license to operate. And of course, we must also be sustainable. The fragrance industry depends on nature for most of its, or many of its valued ingredients, flowers, woods, resins, spices. If we want fragrance to flourish in the next century, we must commit to responsible sourcing, to protecting biodiversity, to sharing benefits fairly with local communities. And sustainability is not only about natural ingredients, it's about innovation in synthetics, about using green chemistry to design molecules that are biodegradable, efficient and safe. And it's about reducing the environmental footprint of production, packaging, and distribution. And this is where Asia-Pacific has a unique role to play. With its scale, its diversity, and its dynamism, the region can be a leader in sustainable fragrance, from pioneering sustainable sandalwood plantations in India and Australia, to cutting-edge biotechnology in Singapore, to consumer demand in China and Japan for clean, transparent products. Asia has both the responsibility and the opportunity to set examples for the world. So my simple vision, a fragrance industry that is safe, sustainable, creative, and trusted. An industry where consumers know that every product they use has been designed with their well-being in mind, and an industry where innovation continues to surprise and delight. So, it is what happens next that matters, and the next 2 days are so important. They're not just an agenda of panelists and discussions. They're an opportunity to share ideas, to express, share your voice, and for each of us to contribute. I want to encourage every one of you to get involved, ask questions, share your insights, challenge assumptions, and bring your experience to the table, whether you're a regulator, a perfumer, a scientist, a sustainability expert, or a business leader. Your voice has a role in shaping our common future. So let's seize this moment, these 2 days together, and let's make this Global Summit 2025 not just a conference, but a turning point. And let us leave Singapore, for those of us who are not based here, or go home in Singapore for the rest of you, with stronger connections, confidence, and a renewed sense of purpose. So thank you so much, and really looking forward to the conversations and the 2 days ahead. Thank you.
It was a really great start of the day. So thank you, Alexander, and thank you, Paul. With that exciting note, let us move on to our first keynote. Please welcome on stage Kelly Lay, Vice President and Head of the Chemical and Material Division at the Singapore Economic Development Board, who will be talking about how to position Singapore as a global innovation hub for fragrances. Please, a big round of applause for Kelly Lay.
Good morning. Can I be seen and heard? Super. Okay. You always have to check as a short person. Anyway, Mr. Paul Anderson, Chairman of IFRA, Dr. Alexander Moore, President of IFRA, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. A warm welcome also to all of you, especially those of you who have traveled to visit Singapore for this conference. And I hope you have some time to enjoy the local sites, maybe on the sidelines. It's a great pleasure to be here at the IFRA Global Fragrance Summit 2025. My name is Kelly Lai, so just a very quick introduction of myself. I'm Vice President and Head of the Chemicals and Materials Division at the Singapore Economic Development Board, or EDB for short. EDB leads investment promotion and industry development efforts in Singapore, and we look after our export-oriented industries across both manufacturing and services. And these industries collectively account for almost 40% of our GDP. Key sectors we cover include the chemicals industry, especially specialty chemicals, consumer industry, consumer brands, healthcare, and of course, flavor and fragrance, which is very much at the heart of some of these industries. So if you allow me, perhaps let me start by sharing our perspective on Asia. And I know this was already very well covered, actually, in Paul's speech. But maybe a view from Singapore. Singapore is fortunate to be at the heart of the world's fastest growing region, with 65% of the world's middle-class population expected to reside in Asia by 2030. That's just in 5 years' time. This presents a $10 trillion growth opportunity in the next decade, with a growing middle class also fueling consumer spending beyond population growth. To capture this opportunity and adapt to the varied needs of Asian consumers, and I think we sort of touched on this earlier, many global beauty and personal care companies are located here. In fact, 8 of the top 10 beauty players and all of the top 6 home and personal care brands call Singapore their home. Many of these companies have also built research and development, or R&D capabilities here. This allows them to ideate, develop, and formulate products that are very much targeted at the distinct and varied preferences of different Asian consumers. And for instance, consumer research shows that Asian consumers prefer stronger and more long-lasting fragrances. That's always what we hear from the industry. And this requires innovation in things like time-release technologies, and also the formulation of fragrance at higher concentrations. And we are also seeing companies like P&G developing their new generation of air fresheners, Febreze, Ambipure, and so on, out of the Singapore Innovation Center. But it's not just about big brands and brand owners. From our perspective, we also need to pay lots of attention to growth in local and regional brands. In fact, with their sort of local awareness of cultural nuances and digitally savvy, often digital-first approaches, we see that brands of local or regional origin are capturing an increasingly large consumer share of wallet. In Southeast Asia, for example, Indonesian cosmetics brand, it's a halal cosmetics brand, Wardah, is one of the most popular beauty brands in recent rankings. So given these exciting opportunities, we want to strengthen our broader FMCG ecosystem in Singapore. And this means actually working not only with brands and brand owners, but really very much with the whole ecosystem, with key suppliers, partners, and collaborators of brand owners to support growth in the region. And that very much includes the fragrance industry as well. On the academic front, Singapore has made significant investments to build Asia-relevant capabilities in R&D. Just 2 examples here. The Skin Research Institute of Singapore houses the Asian Skin Biobank, which is a resource for companies that are seeking to deepen their understanding of Asian skin microbiome. And this informs, of course, things like ingredient discovery and product formulation. More recently, the Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation partnered Monell Chemical Sensor Center, which is a US-based research institute. Some of you may be familiar. Basically, it focuses on advancing the scientific understanding of taste and smell. And they're focusing on collaborating in sensory science research for Asian populations. And on the industry and supplier business partner front, many of you are, of course, already in this room today. In fact, as you know, all of the leading flavor and fragrance houses have a presence in Singapore, a significant base here, to keep up with the evolving needs of Asian consumers while leveraging Singapore's advantages in things like trade and connectivity, IP protection, and talent access. And we've seen F&F companies continue to expand their scope of activities here. Just earlier this year, IFF opened its new Immersive Experience Hub, which is a multi-sensory facility that basically allows it to work with its customers to conceptualize, test, and refine product ideas in a simulated real-world environment. This year as well, we also welcomed Milliken's Greenfield Microencapsulation Manufacturing Plant, which is its first chemical manufacturing plant in Asia, also serving the consumer care space. So with that, I would like to touch on two specific opportunities that we are investing very heavily in. And the first one is that of artificial intelligence, or AI. As Singapore, we believe that AI has transformative potential across industries. In the fragrance industry, this could mean a few things. For example, supporting more agile product development and formulation to keep up with ever-changing consumer trends, or even predict the next blockbuster. Another use case that we see could be in predictive analytics for supply chain management, essentially to improve the responsiveness of supply chains to global shocks, trade planning, and of course also demand spikes. AI is a national priority for Singapore, and as a small country with limited population, we have really no choice. As part of our National AI Strategy 2.0, we announced that we would commit more than 1 billion Singapore dollars between 2024 and 2029 to boost AI compute, talent, and industry development and adoption. Leading companies have already started to make a push into AI adoption in Singapore, and we see different industries as well as different use cases in business functions. In manufacturing, for example, Coca-Cola is coupling AI with Industry 4.0 technologies in Singapore in their manufacturing plant here. And basically, they're achieving a 28% increase in throughput, as well as a 70% increase in labor productivity. To strengthen commercial excellence, we also recently welcomed Heineken's Global Gen AI Lab, which will basically develop scalable Gen AI solutions for automated marketing content creation, as well as customer support, next generation customer support. And we see growing interest also in adopting AI in functions like logistics and supply chain, production management, and so on. And we welcome more companies to tap into our AI capabilities and ecosystem to reap the benefits of AI across business functions. Finally, another last opportunity I will briefly touch on, and I think Paul maybe also briefly touched on this in his speech, is that of sustainability. Across the globe, we see sustainability-related considerations driving changes in consumption patterns. Consumers are increasingly seeking transparency, sometimes also natural ingredients, and of course, environmentally responsible sourcing. This is prompting manufacturers to push boundaries on ingredient innovation, with plant-based, biotech, derived, and allergen-free ingredients just some of the trends that we see out there. In some areas, this is also supported by regulatory momentum. For example, in Europe, we know that restrictions and microplastics have driven growing interest in bioencapsulants, and this is now not just in Europe, but also increasingly of interest in other parts of the world, including Asia. So there's a lot that Singapore is doing on the sustainability front, and I don't want to go into all the details. There's things like carbon markets, renewable energy, and so on. But I thought I would just touch on one thing, which is that of bioeconomy. So in the current operating environment, we believe that bioeconomy is an emerging growth platform, and we are positioning Singapore to do more in this space. Beyond replacing synthetics, we think that biotech-based technologies could have the potential to enable the creation of superior and sustainable fragrance ingredients, some of which also have increasingly low bioavailability in the natural world. To do this, we are tapping on know-how and capabilities across our universities, as well as the Agency for Science, Technology and Research, or A*STAR for short, that's our national level R&D organization, to build out our bioeconomy platforms. Many of these capabilities that we are building on actually were already developed for our pharmaceutical and biologics sector, and we are now finding increasing use cases and application cases in other industries, including in the consumer and flavor and fragrance industries. For example, the National Center for Engineering Biology at the National University of Singapore brings together expertise in biomolecular and host engineering, as well as downstream processing. And the Singapore Consortium for Synthetic Biology, or Synergy for short, is a platform for both companies as well as researchers to come together to address industry-led problem statements in areas such as protein and strain engineering, synthetic biology tools, and biomimetics. As we grow the bioeconomy in Singapore, we look forward to partnering more companies, and hopefully also some of you in this room, to develop Asia-relevant biotech-based solutions here. So in closing, I would like to thank the International Fragrance Association for choosing to hold your annual Global Fragrance Summit here in Singapore this year. We believe that such events do a great part in encouraging the exchange of ideas across the ecosystem, and I hope that these will lead to refreshed perspectives and, of course, also new opportunities for partnership. I wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable summit ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. That's impressive to see what you're already doing here in Singapore. There are so many topics and sectors that we touched upon today, including sustainability and AI, and it's opening the door for upcoming discussion towards these next 2 days. So thank you. And now that Singapore has been placed on the fragrance map, let us move on to the science map with an update onto the IFRA standards. So please welcome on stage Jennifer Dortz and Matthias Wey, both in charge of scientific affairs at IFRA. A big round of applause. And just for you to know, this presentation will then be followed by a panel discussion on advancing standards for global alignment and the role of IFRA and regulatory bodies. The floor is yours.
You have the clicker? Oh, here? Okay. Yeah, okay.
I sit in everybody's view. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all set. So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Valerie, for the kind introduction. Together with my colleague, Matthias Wey, we are very pleased to welcome you here in Singapore for this session. And today, we will take you on a short journey through the heart of our work, so the IFRA standards. So the IFRA standards are the flagship program of the fragrance industry. They make sure that the fragrance ingredients are safely used around the world. Today, we live in a world of growing complexity, more regulation, different rules from country to country, and also rising expectation from the consumer, NGOs, and regulators. In other words, we are navigating a world that is more connected, but also more complicated than ever. And in this context, the fragrance industry, through the IFRA standard, take a global risk-based stewardship approach. This means we move from science to risk assessment to risk management so that the fragrance ingredient can be safely used across the world. So you can think of the standard as a living system. They evolve as science advances. They also evolve as consumer habit change, as well as regulation develops. And here on the slide, it's how the process works. So first, we have RIFM, the Research Institute for Fragrance Material, who prepare safety assessment. These assessments are there reviewed and endorsed by an independent expert panel for fragrance safety. And based on this science, when there is a safe use concern for a specific ingredient, IFRA will take risk management measure. And more importantly, we do this through an inclusive process. So there is a public consultation open to all relevant stakeholders. So the IFRA standards are not created behind closed doors. They are the result of science, transparency, and broad participation. So we generally aim to combine a number of standards into one amendment, typically published every 3 years. And what's next? The 52nd amendment to the IFRA standard is coming. It will focus entirely on restriction standards. And here you have the key point that you should be aware. So the public consultation, as I mentioned previously, will start towards the end of the year with a formal notification expected late in 2026. In terms of content, we foreseen to introduce approximately 50 new standards, and this amendment will also revise 16 existing ones. Last but not least, this amendment will also include the revision of the IFRA Furokumarin policy, turn into one revised standard and the removal of 8 existing ones. So now I would like to take a moment to have a closer look to one special case, the Furokumarins. So what are these? Furokumarin are natural components found in many citrus oils and in other natural ingredients. They are not added intentionally as fragrance ingredients because of their safety profile. Indeed, they can make the skin more sensitive to sunlight. But why is this revised policy unique? Because, unlike our usual process, it did not rely on RIFM safety program. Instead, it reflects the strong engagement of the membership and the stakeholder across the region. So the Furokumarin policy, what will be included? So we now focus on 8 Furokumarin markers, and the policy will include 3 threshold limits for skin contact product. And how did we get there? It has been a long journey, and we work to 3 main work streams. First, we developed an analytical method to measure individual Furokumarins in essential oil. 2, we had to select the key Furokumarin marker for quantification and risk reduction. And 3, we also updated the weight of evidence to support the threshold limit, ensuring safe product for the consumer. We also built the revision of this policy on existing regulation, starting with Europe, where in the cosmetic product regulation, a level of 1 ppm apply in sun protection and bronzing product. This limit was also adopted in a number of Asian countries. Then Switzerland, where the restriction is a bit different and stricter. So we make sure that all the existing regulations were carefully considered into our revision, ensuring consistency wherever possible. And at this point, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Matthias Wey. So Matthias is leading the scientific affair in IFRA for many years, and he has been involved at the very start of this regulation. So Matthias, perhaps you can share more about the history of, of this revision, but also about the ongoing dialogue with the Swiss authority, showing how important harmonization is.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Warm welcome also from my side. Happy to be here. And I think it's, thank you. I think it's a very nice case to show that what we are doing is not happening in isolation. Maybe also one word, Jennifer, why people might ask, why did WIFM not do the safety assessment? Because these fluorocoumarines are not used as such. So our WIFM colleagues are assessing all the materials used as such as fragrance ingredients. And here, historically, we are dealing with, as you mentioned, a constituent in many NCSs that is known to cause some problems. So we supported, this time the other way around, our WIFM colleagues by collecting the science. And it's quite interesting, and I think it was also showing to me that an authority is so carefully watching what we are doing, and in this case, the Swiss. So they were actually reaching out to us and asking, well, your existing policy, as you mentioned, we are updating it, so they were well aware of the existing one, is they felt it was outdated, and they were open enough to let us know and said, what are you doing? What are your plans? We said, well, we are working on a revision, and this is what we want to do. So we really had a very open dialogue with these regulators over quite some time, while we were already working on the revision of the policy. And certainly the aim is that we have, and you mentioned that, as much alignment as possible with regulation, but still we have our own scientific point of view. And science, as we all know, is not black and white. Even scientists draw different conclusions on the same toxicological data. Maybe that topic will come up more frequently in the coming days. Even so, we would all hope that science is black and white. Science is also a gray zone. But here, I think we had a good opportunity, and there was also, I think, a learning process. I don't know how you look at it. And I think we have a 50% win here. So where's the win? And for this policy, maybe more important than for any other, and Jennifer alluded to it, it starts with quantification and identification of the materials we are looking at. So which fluorocoumarine, how much of it, and how do you determine? And you mentioned we had a great work of our analytical colleagues in developing a methodology first. But still, the methodology allows to quantify 16 broadly distributed, well-known fluorocoumarines, and there is more. So which ones to choose? And the regulation also is not clear on that. So in the European regulation, there were 2 actually used markers. IFRA had 1. So we felt we need a better and more sound basis for selecting the markers that we can then also convince regulators to buy into. And we did that. So we were looking at the toxicological profile of the fluorocoumarines. So how strong, how potent are they really in triggering photoreactions? And there was quite a lot of literature out there. So we had a dossier established, and we selected, as you mentioned, 8 markers. And we shared the dossier with the Swiss regulators. And only 2 days ago, we learned that they are changing their regulation and they are incorporating our markers in the Swiss regulation. So far, you would have needed to quantify theoretically any fluorochromarine, which is not possible, but at least anything that was available. So I personally think that's quite an achievement, and it's great for us to get this out again of a dialogue, exchanging with the regulators, sharing all our knowledge, putting all our science on the table, and then see what comes out. So in this case, we are very lucky that this happened. We were not yet successful when it comes to the limits. Jennifer mentioned that the Swiss case is a unique one, but I think they're carefully following what we are doing. And I think that's maybe something that over the years, you mentioned I do this maybe too many years now already, we have really improved on transparency. We have really improved on dialogue with the stakeholders, with the regulators, so people know what we are doing and they know why we are doing things. When I started, people always looked at me like, well, here's a strange guy from IFRA coming with new standards, and we really don't know why and where they're coming from. Having this process much more transparent, clearly outline the roles of RIFM, as you explained so nicely, I think that's a big achievement. So that's how far I would go, and then I think you will carry on from here, or?
No, I think we have another case.
We have another case study.
Yeah.
Good. All right, I click on this. Maybe, because we talked a lot about fluorochromarines and we think it's very relevant, shall we break here? If somebody in the audience, because we have ample time to talk about the standards. Anybody having a question on the fluorochromarine case or the policy that is going to be expressed in the standard? Yes, Fakri, please. Do you have a micro close to you? I hear you very well.
Maybe for the people online.
Yes, we need to give you a mic for the people online.
The people online, yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Matthias, for this introduction. I had 2 questions. One was on the first word of the title of the presentation, risk-based. Is that to say that you've been able to find a way to reconcile things with the way ECHA and so on sees things, which is more hazard-based, regretfully? Are we moving back towards risk-based approaches? So this is one. And about fluorocoumarins, there's been a lot of research out there demonstrating that fluorocoumarins were quite useful in controlling paracymene, the evolution of paracymene in essential oils. So are these aspects taken into consideration of the problem that they seem to present on the one hand when they're dealt with individually, as opposed to when they're part of a matrix, and the good they seem to be doing regarding things like paracymene and in controlling that evolution? Has the science and the legal framework, are they both able to take that science into account? Are they on par? Thank you.
Thank you, Fakri. Do you want to take any of these questions on maybe the hazard part?
You can start and I can complement if need be.
Okay, actually on the hazard part, our next case study might give you some indications on where we are going. I'm absolutely unaware of the research you talked about, that the impact of fluorocoumarins might have on an ingredient. That actually so far didn't cause any concerns to us unless it came to a hazard classification and the downstream user consequences. So the focus of the work has really been on controlling the actual effects of the fluorocoumarins, which are well known and which caused a lot of trouble. I think that was even before my time, when there was the so-called burlock dermatitis really in the market. And I think by controlling the furocoumarins, that completely disappeared. So I think that's also a success story. On the other end, I mean, the complexity of naturals, I don't know how to say that, but it's very difficult to assess. And in this case, we really focus on this element, which is also already regulated. I don't know if it has any impact on the parathymine story, but that's a different discussion and quite challenging as well. And the hazard thing, if you give me a break, or if you give us a break, because we will talk through it in the para-BMHCA storyline. Anything to add?
No.
Okay. Other questions before maybe we jump into the BMHCA, because it's interesting, and we are faced from time to time with questions now, because out of the process to which Farke was referring to, these more hazard-based restrictions, regulatory actions taken based on hazard only, if I'm allowed to say. This is also leading to some confusion. We are still, and Jennifer very carefully pointed that out, we are defending a risk-based approach still. And we think it's the right thing to do, because for nearly every material and for nearly every endpoint, you can derive a threshold of safe use. And safe use, that's the focus of our activity. So hazard is now, unfortunately, stopping at the hazard level and taking regulatory decisions at that level. We see that happening more frequently. And the para-BMHCA is a perfect example, because it has been prohibited in the European cosmetic regulation, and I think there's discussion in other regions to take that ban on, based on hazard, based on that it was identified as a carcinogen, CMR. And we actually, and it's also a complicated case in the way it went through, and I'm always looking to the side where my colleague Christina sits, because I'm pretty sure the moment I'm going to say anything wrong in the context of regulation, she will throw something at me so that I will see I did say something wrong. I actually wait, I hope you will do it if one of my statements is not correct. So, it was classified, self-classified actually, CMR2. And under the cosmetic regulation framework, that meant you have to prepare a safety dossier, you give the safety dossier to the scientific advisory committee, that's how it works in that structure. They will make a judgment, and if you're lucky, the judgment is, yes, a safe use possible, and that will go into the regulation. And that process had started. Already then, in a separate process, because this is different agencies, the classification was looked at. And it moved from a CMR2, and I'm really sorry if these numbers don't mean anything to you, to a CMR1. So the hazard classification was more severe than industry had considered. But this more severe hazard classification triggers a different process in defending the material. And at that moment in time, it's not anymore possible to just, in brackets, send in a dossier to the authorities. You have to fulfill more criteria. And one of these criteria is the material has to be used or should be able to be used in food. That is not the case for BMHCA. And you can even see that in our standards. The manufacturer never did foresee that the material can be used in food. So I think it's our category 1 and 6, if I'm not mistaken, where there's the potential of ingestion. There, also IFRA doesn't allow it because this exposure route is not foreseen. But for all the other exposures, yes, we have safe levels. Now, because we failed this criteria to update our dossier, we could not send a dossier to defend the use of para-BMHCA under the CMR1 classification. And because of that, and because the first opinion was inconclusive of the SSES, there was no possibility to send up a follow-up dossier. And then the regulator said, okay, it has to be banned. It is banned not because it cannot be safely used. It was banned because there is an SSES opinion saying it can be safely used in certain applications. We have concerns over aggregate exposure, and we were planning to address the concerns about aggregate exposure in our follow-up dossier, but we couldn't send it anymore because there was more criteria that needed to be filled, which we couldn't. Christina, does it make sense? Thank you. So it's complicated. So I would say we lost the material in the regulatory requirement of scheme requirement, but again, not because it's not safe, but we didn't have the opportunity to demonstrate its safety. And my colleagues in Europe, and with the support of Christina, now currently there is discussion ongoing if these criteria can change, because it's really tough to defend a material when it has a CMR1 or 1A, 1B classification. So I think it's very interesting because people don't understand why can we as fragrance industry around the globe say you can safely use it, and in Europe it's prohibited. So maybe we were able to explain that, and I think it's very important to understand this because, and now I come back to you, Fakhri, in your question, why do these hazard classifications trigger so much downstream user consequences? And yes, we are working on it. Yes, we try to raise the safety assessment paradigm. How successful we will be, I don't know, but I think it's an important, if I'm allowed to use the word, fight to do. And by holding and presenting the IFRA standards, we are breaking the point for risk assessment as a basis for risk management and not hazard. Maybe I'm talking too much. Questions? Was that clear? It was a regulatory lecture beyond actually the IFRA standards. Any questions in this context? No. Yes, please. I can't see anything because I'm blinded by the light.
Hi, I'm Sridhar from Takasago. It was very good, making us understand the logic behind this. Of course, we know that this material has been banned for cosmetics, and there are some restrictions in place for non-cosmetics. What is the view of IFRA on the use as we move forward into the non-cosmetic usage? Is there some thoughts behind it, or there's...
No, once it's in the regulation, it's in the regulation. I don't see a chance for opening that case. The only thing we can do is to take the learnings to prevent, or well, manage comparable cases in the future. But I don't think anybody's going, no, Christina's shaking her head, and Christina shakes her hand, it's a no. But again, we take our lessons. Unfortunately, that's as much as I can say.
It's not a question.
And then you will do the...
Hello, Joris Theeuwis, IFF. Just in response to this, I would say, yeah, we lost the battle in Europe, but we have an opportunity to still convince regulators and safety assessors in Asia, for example.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we should not give up.
No, and we don't. And I think this explaining, again, the rationale why the ban happened should help other regulators to take their own decision based on safety.
Yeah, we need to break this copy-paste mechanism that exists and really have regional regulators assess the science. Right. That's the goal, yeah. Thank you.
Questions?
Just to let you know, we are having a panel following, and you could spare some questions for the panel.
No worries, I keep it short. So Felix from BASF, just to comment or complement to Joris. Yes, indeed, I think that is something we also can bring then to other countries in the world. And I mean, we're just focusing or talking maybe as a reply to that question to the cosmetic area. the home care area, of course, it's not banned. Just,
No,
that
very
it's not
clear.
misleading.
Good. Maybe I stop the questions here. I let Jennifer conclude this first session, and then I would love to have my panelists on stage so that we can also ask them some questions.
Yes, so maybe just a few words to conclude this presentation on the IFRA standards. So as we mentioned during this presentation, the standards are here to help ensure the safe use of fragrance ingredients. And it is why we strongly believe that a global approach is more relevant than ever. And maybe also one last word is that this global fragrance industry product stewardship approach is unique. It is what brings science, collaboration and safety together. And we again believe that it should remain one cornerstone of IFRA's mission moving forwards. So I don't know if Matthias would like to add anything.
I couldn't have said it nicer, so no, absolutely not.
So now back to Matthias and then for the discussion with the panel. Yeah.
So yeah, thanks so far, and then we will have our panel. Great. Good. So I think while people are bringing more chairs on the stage, I would like to welcome, yes, perfect, my panel members. And so we have a nice group of fragrance industry representative, customer industry, and regulators and associations. And I would start with the ladies. Perfect. So we have Marie-Hélène Beausoleil from L'Oréal. We have Catherine O from Accord, Australia. We have Sirupin, and now I'm struggling, Sharasla Trangzi, and if it didn't spell it right, I hope she will forgive me. Thank you. We have Klaus Oliver Schmidt from Simrise, so Sirupin is from the Thai FDA. And we have Sean Prezo from the New Zealand EPA. Thank you for joining here. Good. Feel free. Do we have enough chairs? Yes. Thank you. So, I'm so unused to this Madonna microphone. I feel so like a star. And if this takes on longer, I will start performing singing on stage. But then the room will be empty. So welcome the panel members. I'm not going to be kind by starting with posing questions to my female participants here. The order in which I'm going to go into this is, I would call it down or up the supply chain, however you want to do it. So I would actually start with asking the first question to the representative of the fragrance industry, to Klaus Oliver. And so, Klaus Oliver, from your point, looking at from both industry and governance perspective, how can IFRA balance these ambitious goals in setting global standards, which we already touched in the presentation, by keeping them relevant, useful, and implementable, and so that they can be eventually even adopted by regulators? What's your point as a representative of this industry on which we actually impose these rules?
Yes, thanks, Matthias. A very relevant question. So when going back in time, I think the IFRA standards are so relevant because they filled a vacuum in the past. There was not really any regulations, and then the industry, including IFRA, stepped forward and said, okay, we have to do something to make sure that our products are safe for the use of by consumers, and of course by our own workforce as well when handling with the materials. And that was great, and the foundation was science. You explained this before, and this is something that is valid because it's easy to be reproduced, it's neutral, and that will be also the foundation in the future. But I think what will change is now that there is a lot of regulation already out there, that now we have to go one step further to keep it relevant also for regulators, like in Switzerland, what you have explained as the example, to make sure that IFRA is listening what's going on, what are the new endpoints which are out there maybe, what is about ecotoxicology, how can we reflect this one into the standards. And that keeps the standards relevant in the future as well for the legislators, that they say, hey, this is the place to go to IFRA, because they are not only looking in a very narrow way into it, but in a very broad way, looking into new testing methods, not using any animal testing and so on. So if we have this all in our portfolio, then we keep relevant. And at the same time, this is exactly also what our customers expecting, what consumers want to know about. And this is then also why the industry will keep adopting those standards, because they say this is helpful for us to bring the products in the market. At the same time, regulators saying, yes, you are respecting us and you work together with us. And this is the next step that should happen.
Thank you. That's you touched a lot of important points, I would say already. And maybe we'll pick up one or the other in the discussion. So I would now turn to Marie-Hélène. Yes. As we're presenting a global manufacturer of what we call finished consumer products. So for us, it's the end product is the fragrance mixture, and then we hand it over to our customers. But you bring them in the market, and how do you value, or where do you see the value of the IFRA standards and for marketing your products across the globe?
IFRA standards are crucial in this global environment. First of all, to protect our consumers, because safety is global. There's no boundaries when we are talking about safety. And at L'Oréal, we are committed to deliver quality and safe product to all our consumers all over the planet. Recently, our CEO was interviewed in a TV show in France, and he said that there was more than 100 points of control before launching a product on the market. So as a big company, we have more than 40 brands. We are touching several categories of product like skincare, hair care, shampoo, hair color, fine fragrance, deodorants. So for us, safety is key, and there is no compromise on safety. We are touching billions of consumers, so the best way to protect our consumers is to deliver safe products, and that's where standards, IFRA standards, are very important. And we all know also how complex a fragrance is, and it has an expertise in assessing the safety that is very niche. I mean, we are very few here, and almost all of them are here, who knows very well how to assess the safety of our products. So that's where IFRA also is very important, aligned with RIFM and their standards, to give us all the science around IFRA, around all the ingredients, fragrance ingredients that we are using. It's because it's science-based, and also because of the methodology of IFRA standards, which are based on risk and on exposure. And who else than RIFM has the best knowledge on where our fragrance ingredients are used. I mean, they're doing survey, and they know for each fragrance ingredients, the tonnage, the category of product where they are used, and the max percentage level. So it's very important for us to have these IFRA standards because they bring science and expertise. And also, IFRA standards are very important because they bring alignment. Alignment internally among all our brands, because safety is not a competition field, and also among all our stakeholders. And our main stakeholders are our fragrance houses. Sorry. And we want our fragrance houses to compete more on innovation, on creativity, than competing on safety. There is no place for compromising in terms of safety. And when we launch a brief at L'Oréal, we just want, again, our fragrance houses to compete on the creativity. And I always have some fun with my partners, fragrance houses, because I always say our fragrance dossier is like a phone book. We have many, many, many different definitions, because we want every single fragrance house to compete on the same rules. And IFRA standards are bringing that. They are framing the rules of competition, and they just focus on the creativity. And the last but not the least, we need alignment. IFRA standard brings alignment among our own competitors. We almost use the same IFRA standards, but now we see emerging brands, local brands, that sometimes do not use IFRA standards. And that's where it jeopardizes sometimes the trust of our consumers, and it may bring to some side effects. And that's why we need maybe sometimes regulators, so I'm turning to you, to refer to IFRA standards to avoid such lack of competition, or to have sane competition on fragrances.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sounds very positive, very nice. I love to hear that. And I think you also touched on a number of very important points, specifically do not compete on safety. I think that's a great statement. And I love to see the IFRA standards being presented in this way. Catherine, so I'm moving now to an association. Again, I try to explain my rationale for talking to my panelists. You are a very relevant association in the quite diverse Asia-Pacific region, where there's a lot of different approaches. Where do you see any value from the IFRA standards, or are we helpful in any way in dealing with your regulators? Or where do you see the challenges and the benefits of a global safety program as we represent it?
Can I just start by saying that I think IFRA standards are amazing? And
you can somebody record this, maybe? Charles wanted to have some statements recorded, so we do that.
Well,
sorry.
This industry, your members are the absolute experts on fragrances. And what IFRA does with its standards is distill that expertise in a way that is accessible and usable. And that's incredible. What you've achieved is actually really amazing. And I think it is a shame that it is not being used more than it is now. And I think it's wonderful that it's recognised in a lot of the regions. And what we're working on in Australia is having that recognised in Australia, as it is in our neighbouring country, New Zealand, across the ditch, because that would actually create even playing field for all of the companies that are not only producing and manufacturing, but importing products into Australia as well. So what happens at the moment in Australia is that we don't officially recognise IFRA standard. So there are no regulations that say if you comply with IFRA standard, or you should comply with IFRA standard, or if you comply with it, then you won't have to comply with some of the other safety regulations. So what that means is that there is a lot of duplication of effort by regulators and industry in order to prove safety. And it also means that, given that we're less than 0.5% of the global population, less than 2% of the chemical market, we just don't have enough time. We don't have people to do the work that is being done at this level. So that means things are not getting done. So that means there's consumer detriment in either not being able to access products, and we see that in products like sunscreens, where every single fragrance component has to be assessed as a medicine ingredient. And by the way, they have to be listed into a 26BB or permissible ingredients list, which only contains 2,000 chemicals or so at the moment. And I think global use of fragrance components is over 3,000.
Yep.
So you can see how that would limit the access of sunscreen products in Australia. And that's just one example of one public health product. So I think there is a lot of benefit to using IFRA standard. And I think there is a lot of opportunities for collaboration. I think you've mentioned earlier that how do we keep relevant for regulators? And I think that's really the key in this engagement, and that is how do we get our regulators to see that you can be trusted? Because at the end of the day, it's all about trust. And I can completely put myself into a regulator's position, and if I knew nothing about IFRA and the processes you went through, and you didn't have the time to actually find out and research and make those connections, and it becomes really difficult to build that trust. So hopefully we can work together, and we can work as a bridge in Australia to build those trusts with regulators so they can be more broadly accepted.
Thank you. Very, very good. Specifically the word trust. Being a trusted partner, I think that's something where there remains still a challenge, and maybe we can discuss a little bit later on how we can get there. But I think we also have that in our DNA for the future. We want to be a trusted partner, and that comes automatically along with being transparent, and I mentioned that before. So I remember, before I moved to the other panelists, when I started, there was always a lot of reluctance in sharing what we are doing because we were scared of being criticized. That's exactly the wrong approach. You have to expose yourself, you have to say what you do, you have to explain how you do it. And if somebody criticizes you, then you have to reflect if there isn't eventually a good basis for this criticism, and then you move on in improving your procedures. And I think that's where we have done a lot, and maybe we can even be a little bit better in the future. Sirpin, you're joining us from Thailand, from the Thai FDA, and you have your local challenges, and you certainly also have your views on harmonization of regulation, but you always have to reflect and ensure that you represent the needs of your consumers in Thailand. So where do you see the relevance of looking into what IFRA is doing? Where do you see support for your government, and where do you maybe not see that?
Well, regarding to your questions, so I would like to tell you about the story of how Thailand regulates the cosmetic products in the country. And basically, as the member of the ASEAN country, we do align the regulations to the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive. And this is where all the ASEAN member states comes together to have the meeting twice a year to have the harmonization on the cosmetic regulatory approaches, which is called the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive. And to work on that, we have the meetings. The main meeting is the ASEAN Cosmetic Committee. And as I mentioned earlier, that the meeting takes place twice a year. And with the meeting of the ACC committee, there's another two meetings of the ASEAN Cosmetic Scientific Body and also the ASEAN Cosmetic Testing Laboratory Committee. And these two bodies come together for the scientific base of how to regulate the cosmetic in the ASEAN region. So basically, as I said that we do align with the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive. According to the Thai regulations, we have the Cosmetic Act 2015, and this is the key backbone for the cosmetic to be regulated and to be sold in Thailand safely. And talking about that, I would like to give you a couple of examples of how the fragrance ingredients, a couple of the example of the fragrance ingredients that has been the concern of the cause of the allergic reactions that was a thought that is initially from the IFRA standard and also the EU. And the examples are the atronol and chloroatronol, that those two substances as the fragrance ingredients were put into the banned list in Thailand and also in the ASEAN region in the ACD. And also another fragrance ingredients that has been regulated in ASEAN and Thailand is the benzyl alcohol, which is right now is regulated as the restricted substance in the cosmetic product. And I think with the standard from the IFRA, the ASEAN countries and ASEAN region and also Thailand can use the benefit from the scientific base to control the cosmetic for the safely use for the consumer in the country and in the region. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very interesting insight in how you benefit from the scientific work that was done and can integrate it into regulatory frameworks. I think that's perfect. Sean, unfortunately, you are the last to, or maybe you were happy that you're the last that gets the first question. New Zealand has its own approach in looking into safety of consumer products and its own approach in looking at the IFRA standards. Can you tell us a little bit more, and maybe also if there is any expectations towards us on how we could do better, maybe in explaining why things are developed a certain way? So is there more need for transparency or explanatory approaches of the tools we're using and stuff like that? Over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Matthias. So in New Zealand, we've taken the relatively, I guess, unique step of actually including the IFRA standards into our regulation for cosmetic products. So those regulations directly refer the standards as they are. And this is a pragmatic step that we have taken as a relatively small regulator. We don't want to repeat the work that our much bigger cousins overseas are doing. And IFRA provides a really good model in that sense for a high level of transparency, a high level of scientific capability. That is something that we can rely on when we are updating our regulations. One thing that would be really useful from our side, I think, is to increase that level of engagement for those explanations, particularly during the times when we're updating those regulations. And we have had a problem in the past where our own updates have not followed as frequently as the IFRA standards have been updated, which leads to a mismatch in our domestic regulations as opposed to what's happening globally. So there we need to, I think, have a greater level of engagement and discussion to make sure that we're keeping up. But generally we find them very useful. We find the transparency very, very good. And I think the key word that was mentioned before was trust. And we need to maintain that trust through that high level of transparency. Thanks.
Thank you. I think, that always is a challenge, and I think we have to definitely work on that, because one advantage, at least I see in the IFRA system, which is, as was mentioned before frequently, is very much linked to the RIFM system, is we are permanently evolving. We are adapting based on scientific developments. Maybe we can do better, but we are always evolving. And an issue that we are seeing, because regulatory uptake of standards is great, but the problem is if there is no follow-up update. So if they get stuck in one or the other regulatory framework And then the IFRA standards evolve, but in the regulatory framework, you have the old rules. And we have seen that one of the problems we have in Europe, where there's a few old standards that are now graved in stone, but there was never an update. So I always say, if somebody likes to work with the IFRA standards and takes the New Zealand approach, by moving on, if you find the developments useful, but then also ensure that there's the updates, because otherwise it's creating an issue. And by the way, I hope my president has noted that there's an absolute urgent need for me to travel to New Zealand and present to the New Zealand government the tools. Yeah, you took note of that. All right, good. Sorry. We were talking about how we move on, and Klaus Overlever, you are also carefully watching what our RIFM colleagues are doing and how their science evolves. There is all this question about animal testing and NAMs. So where do you see a need that we also better explain the RIFM science, and how can we do that? Because it is the foundation for the IFRA standards. And maybe just, even so we said it several times, we look at the RIFM safety assessments, and if the RIFM safety assessment concludes the current use is not safe, pop, IFRA sets a standard. So, but that requires that we are also ensuring that the RIFM science is up to speed. Are we confident with that? And where do we eventually need to be more transparent? Do we need to promote more the RIFM science? Because it is useful and helpful for the standards.
Yeah, definitely. I think transparency is always important, and we can do more. I agree on that one. So it shouldn't look like a black box that comes up and says, so science-based, you have to do this, standard, done. I mean, that was okay for some time, but now if you explain really, especially to legislators, what is behind and what was the driving force behind why a certain science approach has been used, then it will be much more accepted at the end of the day. Because you can go, as you know, science is not black and white, you can go different routes, and if nobody tells you which route has been taken, someone might say, okay, then you have to do this one, and then we, in the worst case, have to repeat everything, coming to the same result, but this is a waste of time and effort at the end of the day. So yes, being more transparent, being in a dialogue with the legislator to explain what science has been used to derive for which result, and maybe extend even to say, okay, if there are other ideas, we could also do the other way around and incorporate this in the science that RIFM is doing.
Perfect, I fully agree. I think it was Marie-Helene earlier who mentioned, at least one mentioned that, I mean, defending a global approach is quite challenging, and we are setting the bar very high, but I think something that is really unique, and I don't know many other industries that have that, is the insight on consumer exposure. And Marie-Helene, also your companies are engaged in surveys. You are bothered with regular surveys from RIFM on amounts of fragrance used. Do you think we do that enough? Because I think it's a cornerstone, having a good insight in consumer exposure. That is a perfect basis for doing a good risk assessment. Do you have recommendations for improving that, or do you think we are doing the right thing? We are frequently enough updating our system, or is there any other aspect we think we should do better?
I think, first of all, the survey that is conducted is not done by anybody else in the world. So RIFM has the best knowledge on where the fragrances are used all over the world, and up to in which kind of category of product, and they know very well the maximum percentage used. And obviously, when we are big companies like L'Oréal, the best field is we see that our consumers we are using IFRA standards, and the best test is we don't have so much problem on the market with our billion of consumers using our products. So this is also a very good test. But science that is behind IFRA and RIFM is very important also to communicate through scientists. I don't know if there's ambassadors of science, of RIFM scientists all over the world, because we need more and more regulators to refer to IFRA standards to make the world, to protect again our consumers, because that's the first thing we have to have in mind, is the protection of our consumers. So we don't want standards to be done by sub-experts that may put some risk on our fragrance product. And what the consequences that could happen if we have issues with fragrance, and if we lost the trust of the consumers, is that we are going to lose fragrance at all. Because we already know that many consumers are asking for products that do not contain the word of fragrance. So that's a very important and strategic point that we have all to take in mind, is how we are going to defend fragrance. Because the trust, we are losing more and more trust of consumers, and maybe because some companies, some small maybe brands, are putting on the market products that are unsafe and induce some allergy or whatever. So we need RIFM, we need IFRA, we need standards to build that trust and to go to regulators and maybe, like you did in New Zealand, refer to IFRA standards, because we need to protect our consumers and we need to keep fragrance in our product, because next year we may not be there.
Thank you. Well said. Catherine, again to Australia. And we had some engagement with your regulators, explaining the tools. Do you think that is a useful exercise to continue? I think we really have a nice basis of understanding, and they also sometimes pose questions to us when it comes to fragrance use. So I think we could establish a trust relationship over the years. Maybe again that can be improved. What do you think from your perspective? Is there something where we should become more active?
Yes. Can we have Matthias come up to Australia as well for a couple of weeks? Because that could be quite useful.
Sure.
But in terms of engaging with regulators, also talk to us, because we have the local knowledge on which regulators might be open to that engagement. And also, it may not even be the regulators that you engage with, or not only the regulators you engage with, but also policy bodies. So, I mean, being an Australian, I'm acutely aware of the discussions happening in Australia right now. There is a lot of interest in increasing productivity and increasing competition. I think that's happening in a lot of regions at the moment. And that discussion means, how can we do more with less? And IFRA standard is a perfect example how we can do more with less. If we didn't have to do assessment of every fragrance ingredient in Australia, then that's amazing. So that's not actually a discussion that's happening at a regulator level. That's happening at a departmental central government level. So it might be useful to have that discussion there, as well as engaging with regulators, or at the same time, in order to actually make an impact to that discussion. So that's one point. The second point is communicating science is hard. I mean, I'm a scientist by training, I've been a chemist by training, and I've, in my youth, believed that if I just tell them the truth and explain things how they are and say, yeah, we know, trust me, I know, I'm a scientist, then things will be okay. It's not. People don't trust scientists. Just, they don't anymore. So how do we make these discussions interesting or relevant for consumers? Means that we also have to think differently about how we communicate. So I know that RIFM and IFRA, all of that process and transparency of that process is really, really important. Your average consumer, your average government person that is not a technical person is not going to understand that. So that has to be accompanied by something that is easily digestible and understood. And it has to be out there as a simple message.
Excellent point. I fully agree, and I think we should be open to ideas down that road. And as you say, the statement, trust me, I'm a scientist, doesn't work anymore, if it have ever worked. Sirbhin, talking about trust, talking about consumer concerns, is there anything you see in the Thai market where consumers are specifically concerned about safety related to fragrance that maybe we were overlooking? Or is there anything on the horizon, any discussion on consumer safety that you think we should be aware of and that we should maybe integrate better in our system?
Well, speaking of that, I think the Thai people, they are keep up with the trends of the cosmetic globally around the world. Right? We do sometimes, not we do, like the Thai people sometimes follow the trends from Korea, from the US, and also but at the same time we have the regulations to align with the ASEAN, and to be able to say it honestly, I think the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive have put the standard, the regulatory approaches quite good enough for the Thai people to be able to use it safe, and also, but how can I say this? For the Thai context, I think if the IFRA Association would like to put forward to have the cooperation with the regulators, and also especially in Thailand, I would recommend, and this is my personal recommendation, you may want to have the cooperation with the associations in Thailand. It might be easier than to have the cooperation with the government, but not by saying that, I'm not saying that the Thai regulators are not welcoming the associations globally, but having the collaboration among between the regulators and association, it would have the benefit to protect the Thai consumer for using the cosmetic in the country safely.
Thank you. I think you're touching on a very important point, which is also something about global collaboration and collaborating with the local partners, with the local associations, getting into dialogue. I fully agree, and that's certainly something we try to do as best as we can, but it's the right entry door. I would fully agree. Sean, before we open questions up to the public, who I think they're still awake, they are following us very carefully. Good. We are working with updates on a more or less regular 3-year cycle. So we are collecting information, we are grouping standards in our amendment because we consider that is more fair to the users of the standards, and we also see in regulatory schemes they're actually doing the same, they call it a different way. I think in Europe they love to call it omnibus. Even until today I don't understand what an omnibus has to do with grouping of measures, but it doesn't matter. So do you think with this 3-year cycle, do you think that's fast enough in addressing issues? I mean, we have, I would call it a kind of escape route. If there is really a severe health concern, we can intervene, or we would intervene immediately, but regularly we do it every 3 years. From your perspective, is that okay? Should we be faster? Can we take more time?
Yeah, so from our perspective, I think a 3-year cycle is pretty good. Much faster than that, and that would start to get beyond what we can keep up with, I think, from a resourcing perspective. And that gives you enough time in between, but it's also short enough to address concerns as they come up from a scientific perspective. No, so I think that would be good. Yeah.
Thank you. Good. I don't know how we are doing time-wise because this green clock here is going on, but I don't know what it means in reality, but that is not important. Anybody having any, you have a wonderful panel here. Anybody having any questions? This is the green time is the correct time. Thank you. Good. So we still have some time for people in the audience to pose questions. And again, I cannot see even half of you. I just see a beamer. Again, here I really feel like Madonna. Yes, please. I don't know how she does it, but anyway.
Darius Sabaliūnas, Procter & Gamble. I wanted to press on a point that came up in the conversation. I don't think we got a definitive answer to it. What do you think would be appropriate mechanisms that we need to use to go after so-called bad actors, companies that are not following IFRA standards and potentially putting unsafe products out there on the market? Discussing it with the regulators, having nice collaboration, I don't think that is going to solve it.
Interesting question. Is anybody here willing to give it a first shot? Catherine, please.
I'll give it a go on that one because it actually is working with regulators, because it is the responsibility of regulators to keep safe products in the country. We as an industry can tell companies that they really should be complying with IFRA standards. And, you know, we have no teeth. We're an industry association. We have no enforcement powers, nothing that a regulator has. Now, what we find challenging is that regulators we see, and I'm trying to be very careful here, there is a lot more resource put to making regulations than in enforcing. And that's part of the problem. So even if IFRA standard was implemented in Australia, let's say, and it became a mandatory requirement, unless it is enforced, you're always going to have the same problems of bad actors. And we see that now in Australia, particularly challenging with online retailing, because it is easier and goes through less vetting, let's say, than a bricks and mortar sort of stores where people can go and say, well, I bought it here, right? And it's easier to disappear. So we have been talking to our regulators and talking about, not just for fragrances, but generally about a regulatory system that is more modern and recognises the modern supply chain, and something that is focused on the end safety, so end user safety, rather than what is written down on paper. Because rules, I mean, that could be perfect rules, but if it's not enforced, then it's useless. So yes, government conversation is really the only thing we have.
Thank you. Great perspective. I would not disagree at all. Anybody wants to? Yeah, Sean?
Yeah, I'll just say quickly from the regulatory perspective. Yeah, we would, as we have the IFRA standards in our regulations, if someone's not complying with them, then you can notify us. We do have a compliance and enforcement team that will take that on board. So it is easier when the IFRA standards are in the regulation because it gives you that mechanism then.
Yeah, and we have, I mean, for some years, you have the question in a second. I see you. Alain, just a second. Just trying also to say, I mean, from IFRA perspective, we had been looking into compliance programs for years. We actually had a compliance program run. The problem at our level is that the products as such, you cannot judge on compliance. I mean, on the fragrance mixture, the compliance question, and I think that's why I liked your answer so much, happened at the moment it's used in a finished consumer product. So at our level, there is really not that much we can really do to push for compliance other than explaining doing our work in the right way and ensuring everybody understands and can implement. So I just wanted to add that. Alain, please.
Yes, sorry. Just to answer for ASEAN, the compliance to IFRA standard is mandatory requirement. So the regulators have the possibility to ask for the proof that the product meets the IFRA standard, the fragrance meets the IFRA standard, and the concentration in the finished product meet the requirement in the standard. Because the fragrance is one thing, but if you are using a higher quantity in your product than the requirement, you're not complying. So one thing that the biggest hurdle we have is fragrance company do not providing IFRA compliance certificate. And we have to go back and ask and ask and ask until they comply. Okay? This is one thing that is more important today. And then, of course, finished product companies have to make sure that the level they're using is complying. But it's basically impossible to take a product from the market, analyze it to say it meets or it doesn't meet the standard. It's not something that is easily feasible. So it has to be based on auditing the files of the company. And by making it a mandatory requirement, it's possible in ASEAN. It's not, I think we were the first one. I'm not sure if we're the only one today still making the IFRA standard a mandatory requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alain. Please, Rob. Microphone in the front. And then I see you. Yes, you will be next. Sorry, Rob. You start, and then we have another question over there.
Thank you, Rob Roggement, Procter & Gamble. I think the panel made some reference to how the IFRA standards could expand with some of the new endpoints. I think it was referred to some of the environmental endpoints. I wonder if the panel could elaborate a little bit how they see the IFRA standards evolving for these new endpoints.
Anybody is willing to? Well, it's maybe a big challenge for you. First of all, I mean, environmental safety assessment takes place under our RIFM colleagues. The endpoints at which they look, I'm not sure it covers everything you had in mind right now, but I'm pretty sure they will check that. But environmental safety assessment is part of our safety assessment. And we have one standard, muscxylene, which was banned due to its environmental issues and not the human health ones. So, but maybe we can take that on, and I would rather bring it into the dialogue with my RIFM colleagues if that would be an adequate answer to you. Yeah? And now over there, and I'm really sorry, you're sitting, I can't even see.
Matthias, Aurelia.
Oh, Aurelia, it's you.
From RIFM, so I'll be more than happy to talk to you about environmental endpoints, because we actually do have environmental standards under IFRA umbrella. But I want to comment on two of the aspects that were discussed with the panel. One is can we do any better on survey? And in order for us in industry to progress with having a realistic concentrations, we need to make sure everybody responds to the survey in correct way. I know it's a lot of work for all the members to respond to the surveys, but they're really crucial for the IFRA standards. They're really crucial on setting those concentrations for individual, different categories. So it's always a RIFM plea to please respond to survey. For the environmental, we do want to make sure we have the correct exposures for each regions. We are doing global environmental risk assessment. So we do want to have that information in order to have a very realistic picture of what's going on with the fragrances, not only for human health, but also environmental. And another thing that I want to comment on it was what we can do in order for people to understand science. And I think it's not only a trade association's job to promote the science, I think it's everybody's job to promote the science, because we're trying to do as much by publishing risk assessment, talking about our methods. But if we as an industry don't talk about it more and more, especially in front of the regulators, they just don't know that we exist. They just don't know that science exists. And I think it's our job to promote the science to their best abilities and make sure they're aware of the new methods, of the work that is being done through reform to IFRA and everybody else within the room, because that's the only way we're going to be able to succeed in getting acceptance of the new methodology and making sure fragrances are safely used around the globe.
Thank you. Time is nearly over. I would like to allow every participant in this panel to make a final statement if he or she wants. And if you allow me, I would start. We've been talking so much about safety. And I started my career as a perfumer. So I think in all this discussion about safety, and we have safety at the highest level, we hope that we are still able to produce wonderful products that the consumer in the market can enjoy safely. So, but we want the creative people to be able to continue to bring nice products in the market, and I hope we are able to bridge that. Any of you, maybe I start just on this side, Marie-Hélène, do you have any final statement you want to make? This panel was crap, and I would never come again. Whatever, you feel free, feel free.
I'm glad to have regulators on the panel, because without regulators, we will not be able to align IFRA standards with the consumer trust. And this is very important that you believe in science, you believe in these standards. And what I like to say also is, please, please do not create new category of products because it's becoming with Europe and IFRA. I mean, we have more than hundreds of categories, and it's becoming very difficult to manage operationally. So if you rely to standard, IFRA standard, it's very nice for us.
Thank you. Catherine.
I think key is collaboration, and I think the importance of collaboration not only with industry and regulators, but across industry as well, the supply industry and the consumer product industry. That's always important so that we can work together to address any challenges. So I don't know whether you're aware, but we get notified all the time from regulators when they want to ban a fragrance component, and they just seem to think that the consumer product company would know exactly what fragrance components are in all of their products. We don't. We need to reach out to our suppliers before we find that information. And often we get, less than 4 weeks notice to do that. So if we can work more closely and let you know so that your members are aware, I think that could be really useful as well in providing that information in a timely way so we don't lose ingredients unnecessarily.
Thank you. Well taken. Klaus Oliver?
Yeah, I think one of the important outcome here is definitely we need transparency, and we keep going on the dialogue with all the involved parties to make sure everyone understands what the other one is doing, what the other one is asking for, and then going in the same direction.
Thanks. Great. Sirben.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things that I would like to mention in the last section is here is the as the regulators, we have the responsibility to control, to regulate the cosmetic product to be safe for the consumers, and this is the definite our responsibility, and we do we use the science-based and to do the regulations here. And also, I heard a couple of times for the transparency. I would put the another aspect here for transparency is the education, not only to educate the consumers and also, but the members of the associations here to know all the standards that IFRA has put into the society. Yeah.
I think, thanks for bringing up that word education. I think that was very relevant as well. Sean, you have the nearly last word.
Thanks. So in a previous talk it was mentioned that the regulatory space is getting more complex, and that hasn't changed. And it feels a little bit like we're entering a period where there's more fragmentation than there was a drive to harmonization through GHS, through REACH-like regulations. Now we seem to be seeing sort of a retrenchment away from that, with different regulators moving at different speeds and different directions. The key is to manage this is always going to be good science and transparency. That's the only way that it's going to be able to get the argument across for what you're trying to defend. And I think you're moving in the right direction on that. So thank you.
Well, then I would like to thank this really great panel. I'm always happy if I have the feeling we could continue talking rather than somebody tells me the time is over, but the time is now red. So I think we are moving out of this panel. Again, big thank you, and I hope it was entertaining, informative to the group, and I'll let somebody else tell you what's next. Yeah, Valerie is already here.
Thank you, Matthias, Jennifer, and all our panelists for this insightful conversation. It was complete, and you wrapped it up perfectly. Now we'd like to see how perfumers are turning these regulatory requirements into creative opportunities. And our next speaker is an icon of perfumery. So please let me ask you to give a warm round of applause to Calice Becker, Director of the Givaudan Perfumery School, but also Vice President of the ISPC, International Society of Perfumers Creator, especially for you here today.
Next. Very impressed by the speakers. It was very granular, very scientific, and I'm sorry, but I will be much higher level. And if I am politically incorrect, please don't hesitate to throw bad looks or whatever you have next to you. 920%. Do you know what it means? It's how much the global fragrance market has grown over the 40 last years, from $4.9 billion to over $50 billion in 2025. So as Valerie said, so I'm Calice Becker, and I'm working in this amazing industry for those last 4 decades. That's why I chose this number. Today, so I lead the perfumery school, and I am also very close to IFRA through the ISPC, the International Society of Perfumer Creators. So I have seen the fragrance move from a luxury good, a gift that we will give, to an essential part of our life. It shaped today hygiene, it shapes beauty, it shapes household products and becomes the first buying driver for those products. So, and now we even see a very new trend, this haute perfumery that is back, and with more product launched than ever before. So even this poor Essence Fair in Milan, they cannot cope with the surface that they have to augment each year just to bring the newcomers. So if you compare to other industries like automobile, which grows 50%, our market truly explodes. And here is a fun fact. As great perfume lasts much longer than shoulder pads that from the 1980s, and also as car models. So with this dynamism and also with the fragrance lingering on the market, regulation had to keep pace, and it comes with challenges. Oops, I'm sorry, it was before. So I want first to give a quick disclaimer. What I will share with you, it's just my own opinion. It's my own voice. It's not Givaudan's voice. I know Givaudan is watching me. It's not IFRA's voice. I know that IFRA is watching me. It's not ISPC voice, and I know they're watching me as well. So it's just my reflection of what's going on, and also like little outcome that I would love to share with you. So when I started, so 40 years ago, IFRA was just 10 years older. IFRA was a baby. IFRA we just had muscovite that was removed. We had a musketon that started to be removed for the high content of muscxylene. And when we had this news, I totally remember I was in Grasse, and in the corridors, I heard perfumers saying, that's the end of our world. We won't be able to create anymore. Imagine musky-tone disappearing, no fragrance anymore, no fine fragrance, no perfumery will be possible anymore. So how we moved from no regulation to over-regulation? So we come a very long way. So there was a time, yes, a time, when photosensitizers ingredients were actually used to help people tan faster. That was in France. I know that it's not so much a trend here in this part of the world, but in France, being tanned meant health, meant freedom, means success, and means wealth, because it meant at this time that you were out of Paris during your vacation and you could afford going under the sun. So you have to show that back home to your family and to your co-workers. And that was the way this product was used. It was to photosensitize the skin with the fluorochromarine that Jennifer talked about. So sunscreens were not there to protect, they were there to enhance tanning, maybe frying, I don't know. So when you look at this ad, Parasol or Bergasol from Bergamot, obviously, I couldn't find, that's very difficult to find on internet, I couldn't find the ad that I do really remember. So the first lady, totally white, she was under an umbrella. It was written Parasol, and she looked like very sad and very straight. And the other lady was under the sun, and she looked like super sexy and super happy. So the sign, it was very, very clear. It's like tan faster, use this product. So yes, the industry had to step in. Regulation was needed to make our world safer. So now if we take another example, this one I absolutely love because it's very, very present and certainly here in this region. Cinnamon oil. Natural irritant, known for that. Used in, very well known here, the balm, tiger balm, right? So it's used to rub the skin to bring you use the irritant to bring the blood flow to the surface and to warm up the skin, thanks to the irritation. So even people were rubbing with pure oil, cinnamon oil, the scalp, to bring the blood to the follicle levels and to try, imagine, I don't know, to have your hair grow faster. But in perfumery, we don't do that. We use infinitesimal amounts, tiny, precise, and safe. And thanks to IFRA, and I will say thanks to IFRA very often. Because at the end, it's always the same principle, dose and exposure. And thank you, Matthias, because you said it and I said it again, but I think it needs to be said also into the general public. And it was very frightening when I heard Marie-Hélène and Matthias saying that science is not trusted and people are fearing our products. But they trust the KOL. So I don't know, that's a little, maybe, for you guys, maybe we can pay some KOL to counter this war on the social media. So at the very, very low levels, the way we are using the cinnamon oil in our fragrances, it brings a lot of benefits, not risk. It brings warmth, it brings character, it brings beauty. So, but today we moved from no regulation to too much regulation, from precaution to over-precaution. And there is another example that I just saw very recently, the octocrylene, the UV filter. So it's not a perfume ingredient, it's a filter, and is now under review by ECHA. The lab tests used to justify this restriction, they are done at concentration that are thousands of times higher than what's found in real-world water. So the problem is bioaccumulation in water. So when it's this amount, so the real, if you look at proportions, the real octocrylene proportion you can find in water, it's a mocha spoon in an Olympic swimming pool, and the way it's tested is buckets. in swimming pools. So you have the proportion. So at this point, I don't think, and I'm sorry, Rifma, and I would love to hear also from you on this case, but it's not balanced science. It's fear dressed up in data. So if you are curious, I have posted the link of this article of Octo-Krill debate on our website, like that was kindly put together before this summit. And it's a perfect example of how good intentions can drift into overregulation. So, and here is a paradox. In perfumery, our ingredients volume are tiny, they are minuscule. And yet, we are judged by the same standard than the entire chemical industry. That's not fair. That's not logical. Because again, it's all about dose against exposure. It's about risk and not about hazard. And that's what matters. And this is where IFRA plays a fantastic role, because they understand the benefit of perfumery. It's where science meets creativity, where safety meets innovation, where perfumers can explore the universe of scent freely and safely, without putting people at risk, thanks to the IFRA standards. So we have come a long way since the days of bergamot and furocumarins, because today they are safe. You know, we use bergamot, Abergampten bergamot. And we are very far from the tanning lotions that are burning the screen. But you have to put also things in perspective. Back then, people drove without seatbelts, without headrests, and they had ashtrays in the cars. People were smoking in the cars with windows closed with babies. So that was the world we lived in. But today, first when we judge like what was going on, we have to look at the lens of the context of this time. But let's make sure that in protecting people, that today we are not suffocating them. Because safety and beauty and well-being should always go hand in hand. So my recommendation is then the regulations governing ingredients in perfumery are actually designed for the broader chemical industry, and perfumery could easily be treated as an exception, really looking at the doses. And yes, despite the very small scale of our use, perfumery carries a huge cultural weight far beyond its volumes. So we are also, like, you already talked a little bit about that, but on top of those regulations, we are unfortunately regulated by a myriad and very fragmented bodies, that they are not harmonized. So, but still, we relied on our own IFRA, and we trust that IFRA will be able to bring everybody together. So the challenge is that the interactions between all those regulatory authorities and the different stakeholders who follow their rules at different levels aren't harmonized, and yet they add a new layer of complexity and complication. And as Marie-Hélène said, we don't want to take safety as a competitive advantage and just creativity. So why not just remain under IFRA's guidance, and let's do everything that IFRA will be ahead of all those bodies. I hope you agree with me, dear Chairman and dear President. So in this context, I will talk about two very different topics, about the past and about today and the future. So the first topic will be led by our heritage, and the other about the future. And let's see what we can do in the present. And I would like to share my own perspective on possible postures and solutions. And once again, a disclaimer, it's just my opinion, and you can totally express yourself and scream if you don't agree. So let's take historical Guerlain perfumes. Do you know Guerlain perfumes? Yes, in Asia, I'm sure they are known as well. So as an example, they have a very long history, mostly in Europe, spanning at least 3 generations. As you may know, as a perfumery director, director of the perfumery school, I see a lot of candidates, and in the interviews, there is each time I ask the question, so what triggers for you, what fragrance triggers something like a memory and so on, they all go back into the smell of their mom, their aunt, their grandmother, their father, and so on, by those fragrances. All of them. Imagine the memory of their heritage. So if you, so we had, I'm sorry, it was not me, but they had to reformulate those fragrances. And it was always a challenge. Take Mitsuko, for instance. This one is the biggest example. It's really the example for IFRA. With its content of muscatone, the content of methylogenol in all the naturals, but mainly in pimento berry and rose oil, the atronol in moss. So how do you reformulate that? So it was reformulated sometimes. At one point, they wanted to give up this fragrance. They're like, okay, we won't put that on the market anymore. We cannot do it. And so reformulating it is like cutting away a piece of its collective memory. So even today, perfumers work endlessly to find solutions. Yet the ever-increasing pace of restrictions make this task daunting, especially when these ingredients are used in micro amounts and remain perfectly safe, talking once again about risks, not about hazard. This is exactly why IFRA works is crucial, and why ISPC, with our close collaboration with perfumer to protect our palette, is so important. So here's something interesting, and that's the controversial part, I guess. Most consumer, they don't toss their fragrance bottle after 2 years like it's recommended. Many of them, those bottles sit on their shelves for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And especially if it's your mom's bottle, maybe you don't want to throw it up, and maybe sometimes you want to smell it again. So which brings me to this first idea, that why don't mark the millésime, the year of the production of this fragrance on the bottle, like a wine. We do that for wines, but in another way, all the public and those famous KOLs, the key opinion leaders, talking about naturals, natural here and there. We want just like one source of natural, like this orange flower, very specific from this field, from this country, and so on. So if we don't mix the different crops to guarantee even quality, from 1 year to another, the fragrance will smell very differently if we have a lot of naturals. So if we don't put the year of, people won't recognize their fragrance. So, and I think like to putting the year on the bottle, it will show which regulation and which standard were in place when the fragrance was created. So in this case, you use it with full mindness. You know that it's not on the today's regulation, so you can put it on a handkerchief on your clothes, but you can still enjoy the fragrance. So, so before we can achieve that, if the industry agrees, I will say my last advice, it will be for the consumer to anticipate. If you love a fragrance, you know it will be reformulated. So buy a couple of them, put them in your fridge, in a black, dark place, without oxygen, without light, and maybe if you buy 5 and you use parsimony, you will have that up to the end of your life. And if you take, for instance, L'Heure Bleue, I'm very, very worried about this fragrance. It will lose its smoothness in 2027 if heliotropin is totally removed, because it's not replaceable. So better plan ahead. If you like it, buy some. I will do it. So finally, another way to preserve our heritage, mostly of you know, there is l'Osmothèque. It's a conservatory of fragrances in Versailles. And you can smell old fragrances the way they were created, but you cannot take them with you, you cannot wear them, but at least you can remember them. So, and thank you very much for their amazing work to conserve the beautiful heritage of our fragrances. So now let's look at the future. That was for existing formulas. So me as a perfumer creator, I am not a curator. I'm a creator. So I look ahead. I don't look behind in the mirrors. And for me, constraints are a source of creativity. If you take, for instance, this, I love this example. Georges Perec is a French writer, quite funky, extremely creative, and he wrote this book called La Disparition. So if you look at the title, everything is like the title inside. It's a book written without the vowel E. Very creative. You see all the solutions he found to get there, to get to the story, and to get to the narrative. He wrote another book, Les Revenants. So imagine the constraints, more. It's just the letter E. No, A, I, O, or U. So here it's to show you regulation over regulation. The second book is almost impossible to read. You have to be extremely imaginative. So restrictions are good. It makes us innovative, inventive, creative, but we have also to remain reasonable if we don't want the literature to disappear or fragrances. So let's look at how constraint and curiosity have driven actual breakthroughs. So you know, ingredient restriction don't just close doors, they actually open some news. They push researchers to invent new molecules and to keep an eye on what the chemical industry, maybe not just them, in this case pharmaceutical industry, may come up with. Calonne was discovered by accident in trying to make additives in pharmaceutical industry. But the curiosity of the chemists, and maybe one of the chemists in the pharmacy, found the smell amazing, and they proposed that to the perfumery industry. And that opened a whole new field of fragrances, like this marine, aquatic, fresh, transparent note that you can find, and is a signature of Acqua di Gio, Odyssey, and the Kenzo for Men, and all the lineage of new fougères that are extremely watery and fresh and bright. I have molecules to smell, but I will leave them here, and because right after we will have the lunch break, so I will invite you to smell, because if you smell right now, I will lose you, so I know already you are hungry. So, so if you take the example of molecules that are abundant because they are classified as CMR. In the past, the chemists, what they were doing, they were trying to find other molecules that will have the same smell, and after they were trying to assess their toxicity or not. So today, like a new approach, and that is thanks to all those regulations and to how to try to gain time, the new approach of our chemists is to identify what is the form of the molecule that brings the CMR profile. And once that's identified, they can redesign the molecule from the safe new form, and after they try to look at the hedonics. So you imagine the time that they gain, and that was under our very own Thierry Audibert's presidency of our research. So that's exactly what happened and the way Nymphéal came on the market. And you can smell Nymphéal and Lilial if you want, they are right here. So by understanding the toxicological mechanism, chemists managed to preserve olfactory beauty while eliminating the structural cause of the concern. And here it was a CMR. So in this case, again, the constraint pushes us for creative solutions. So now I would love to talk about ingredients, like constraints, ingredients, but I want to talk about new tools. Constraint can also push us to innovate in the tool we use to create. Sometimes it's incremental. So please look at these slides. And if you take the brick as an example, the shape of the brick led to straight walls because it's much easier to construct straight walls with this type of bricks than something round. So, and after, even the furniture, like they follow this type of shape. So that's, everything is straight in houses that are squares like that, and all the furniture are, like, look at this desk. I think like the only concession that we have seen on the interior design is like the round coffee table, because maybe guys like to grab their beers to switch the TV on. They were tired to get hurt by the corners. But beside that, everything needs to fit the room, so everything was straight. So but if you look at something like more of a disruptive innovation, the molded concrete and even the 3D printed concrete walls can bring a totally new type of interior design. So the same way, technology is also transforming our field. Things for example, like the microcapsules we discussed with. And today, thanks to microcapsules, we have a totally different way to deliver scents. And sometimes a truly disruptive technology makes a leap forward in our knowledge. For instance, harmonization. Harmonization is led by the OV map, the olfactometry map, which has two sets of data, the threshold of the molecule and its volatility. So we tried with this tool Carto, powered by a little AI behind, to harmonize like 3 ingredients that are very present in a fig. Octalactone gamma, the lactonic part of the fig, stemon, the green stemmy part, and it was not paradizamide here, it was the neocaspirene that brings the sulfurous part and the fresh part of the fig. So we've asked the tool to harmonize those 3 ingredients. I did this first trial with a perfumer, and we flew together, and he, like as Superman, like flew to the tool, said, "Oh my God, the stemon 75%." So you have the same amount, the same size of bubble. It means like the same amount of odor, not the same amount of in volume. And it says that the stemon will be at 75%, octalactone 8, and the rest will be the neocaspirene. And he says, like, normally stemon is used by perfumers in dilutions, like very, very small amounts. And he's like, okay, let's try. It's like the robot will be compounded anyway, we won't lose too much time. 2 minutes later, we get the trial, and you have it here. And I will let you figure it out by yourself. But we were very surprised like, to see that the smell is much more natural, and that is in one trial. So the tool pushed us to a place where we would have never go in the incremental way, the way we're used to work. So technology doesn't replace intuition, but here it can amplify it, and it can propose us, and we can accept as creators. So that was for the new tools. Now we have to talk about, we will go a little bit in mathematical combinations. So if we talk about Raymond Queneau, he wrote in 1961 this book. It's a book that has just like 10 pages, and each page is one sonnet, little poem, so, like the form is a sonnet, and each one has 40 lines. And it has it cut in like strips like that, like a flip book. And you can lift one line, swap to another, and so on. And each time you move one line, it makes a different poem, because each line obviously has a full sense on itself. So by doing all the combinations, you get 10 to the power of 14 possible poems. So that makes 100 trillion different sonnets out of 10. That's combinations, right? So hold this number in your mind, because it's already huge. 10 to 14 is like 10, 14 like that. So, and yet it's still close to the world of poetry and closer to the imagination of a writer than the vastness of science. Now consider the universe. So this one is not my figure. It's scientists like who said that for the observable universe, the number of atoms that we can see, not with our eyes, but also with the telescopes, is 10 to the power of 80. So it's an astronomical number, but it's a finished number. So it's not infinite, it's finished. And it's what human brain can imagine, I think, being the largest. We cannot imagine bigger than that. But this number is much closer to the previous number if we compare to the number of combinations in perfumery that we can do. So you have to bear with me here to see how I conduct the calculation. So if we take that a formula can have between 10 and 200 lines, I need to find a domain. We can have less line, like Angel has less that, and we have like more than 200. There is fragrance with more than 200 lines, trust me. So each ingredient, you cannot put it twice. So watch one line, one ingredient. And each ingredient can be from the dosage from 0.1% to 50%. Above 50%, I've not seen much, but okay, let's say 50%. But less than 0.1%, there is many, like all the pyrazine, the sulfurous note, and so on. But we have like to constrain a little bit our domain. So here, if we do the math, is 10 to the power of 300. So even if you remove all the absurd mixes, like if you write a book and you remove all the letters A, B, 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 but like here we cannot reproduce the letters twice. But like you have absurd, like imagine like the fragrance with all pyrazine, so we or just all the aldehydes and so on can be absurd. But even if we removed, it's truly huge. And it's bigger, much, much, much bigger than the universe possibilities. So today, I'm asking you a question. You and the perfumer community and our customers, the distributors, and all the fragrance making, how come we have just 6 families of fragrances? Now we maybe will have 7 with the gourmand if we accept to put Angel the head of a new family. It's barely the scratch of the surface of what is possible. Not just in terms of number of fragrances, but also on the new families that can be still imagined. So it's a universe of scent that is still largely unexplored. So if you can, now if we go through the beginning of my thought of the future, talk about new ingredients, talk about new tools, and above all, the curiosity from new combinations, and with the AI tools that can help us to get to see new combinations. I'm sorry to say to the perfumers that were in the corridor of the perfumery school in 1984 that they thought that the perfumery will be done. I think we didn't even start it. So, as I look back over my career, 40 years now, I've just seen how much the world has changed. Of course, we all agree we must create fragrances that are safe. And today, the risk level management in perfumery is extremely high, almost reaching an asymptote. Asymptote means that we can keep regulating much more, but we won't get much more safer. We are at the maximum. That's what I feel. Once again, I mean, it's just my thoughts. And I think yesterday at the cocktail party, Marie-Hélène shared with me something that I fully agree. So if people think, and certainly our KOL on the social networks, that fragrances are not safe, why don't you take the community of perfumers and evaluators that put fragrance on them, not just like to have dinner at night and on the weekend, by all the day, and we put them on our skin, many trials. So look if this group of people have more disease than the general public. And I think that can be something interesting to see. So yet, all of us still have to face massive waves of reformulations. So despite an intense rhythm of innovation, it becomes harder and harder to compensate endlessly for new constraints. And this raises my last suggestion. It is always relevant to pursue this endless reformulation in the name of precaution. How far will our increasingly safe world go? It is truly indispensable to reformulate every existing fragrances instead of simply labeling them. It's a matter of balance, of measure, at least for what already exists. Because looking forward, of course, the perfumer creator still has a whole field of possibility ahead of them. But we must accept that some of the legendary perfumes, those sacred monsters that carry the olfactive signature and memory of many generations, can no longer exist in their original form. And we should preserve them. So, if I take a step back, we see the paradox. The world is safer than ever before, but it's also much more anxious. And perhaps a little sadder. As you can see, in nowadays type of decoration interior compared to a corridor that was designed like 20 years ago. So, and that's why I'm sorry to say the one who imagine that perfumery won't exist very soon and that they think that they are not essential. I think that perfume matters a lot because perfume, they are like laughter and joy. They are not indispensable to live, but they are essential. So let's make sure that never extinguish that vital spark that is fragrances. Thank you very much.
I'm jumping with you. It's a pleasure having you with us today, and we'd like to take advantage of you. So maybe some of our audience would have questions. So let maybe ask questions from the audience.
I'm not too hungry because they heard like 10 past noon, so I don't.
So maybe we take one or two questions, right? Please, do we have a mic?
I'm Dr. Gafoor. I'm a medical doctor, and this is my first fragrance conference. And thank you, Caris. It's amazing to listen to one of the giants in the field of perfumery. Now, you mentioned about Catherine's statement. Catherine mentioned people have lost trust in science.
Can you please leave the mic here because I cannot hear?
Catherine mentioned that people lost trust in science. And you mentioned that, yes, we need KOL so that people trust in science. We can change this perspective. I agree with both of you. But the fault of the scientist is not the fault of the science.
No.
Science and scientists are different. People still trust science. They may not trust all the scientists. And that's very important in the field of perfumery, even though my knowledge is very limited. And perfume industry, to my knowledge, is experiencing amazing technology development in the biotechnology. They're even developing fragrances that is friendly to the skin microbiome, the millions of bacteria living on the skin. And industry is even utilizing these bacterial enzymes to develop new high-tech, amazing perfumes. But that's on the boundary of wellness and medicine, where it's extremely important to have the trust of consumers. And this trust in medicine, in for perfumery, science is very important for such products to be very successful.
Okay. So you're challenging the trust, right?
Yes. I think, I don't know, for some reason, it's also my opinion, I think the world is splitting into two. The ones that are afraid and are ready to trust the first person who says things that bring them even more anxiety, and the ones who are turning into, they're more reasonable, more educated, and they were turning to science. My thought, it was how we touch those people, how we bring them back to be more reasonable in the way of thinking. And KOL are the people who are touching them. So I don't know. Shall we use them or not? I don't know.
Maybe open the conversation with the key opinion leader, exactly.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier about on the panel about raising transparency to increase awareness, education. These would be tools that we can use with the key opinion leader.
Yeah,
definitely.
Exactly. Yeah, and I saw one of those KOLs saying like, "Oh, don't use those plugs in that are super dangerous, full of chemicals. It's very bad for your health. Do your candle yourself." So they show how they have to cut a candle, to melt it, put a little mesh inside, and to put a lot of cloves and cinnamon, and that will burn like it will be just like good naturals. Okay, without methylogenol, without eugenol, without aldehyd-cinnamic, and so on and so on. So yeah, so we have to reach out to those people. It's for me, I see the social media like a war, and we have to be in this war zone. We have to be present, maybe in a more peaceful way, but we have to be there.
That's why we need more scientific people all over the world that will be able to trickle down the message.
Yeah.
So then we better understand.
So I think I saw another question over there.
Hi, I'm Alvin from Indonesia. So it's very interesting to be here because from IFRA and you, Kalis, especially, I'm actually here out of the topic because like I'm very interested in building a school in Indonesia, like the perfumery school, and also in comply with IFRA, of course, because many people in Indonesia, especially like the new beginners, are very interested in perfumery, but they don't know how to do the thing. I mean, like they want to do perfumery, but they don't know the rules. They stick to their own traditional way of thinking. That's why I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, please help us and show us the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's in Asia. I heard that from Africa. I heard that from Latam. I heard that from India, and where they are a little bit more advanced. I don't know what to answer. Really, I don't know because I'm working for Givaudan, where I started, and I'm developing this school. It's already a tremendous work for me, but I understand education is what matters most. It's very important. But I don't know what to answer. Like maybe we'll have to brainstorm.
Maybe we should take the conversation outside the discussion today and also show the example that has just been put into place in India in collaboration with IFRA when it comes to education, because we have success stories there. It's the first year that we're working on it.
Yeah,
So-
and Valerie is not saying, but like she also teaches at ISIPCA, so she can be part of the discussion.
Thank you.
Another question? 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
I think it's interesting, Kalis. It was very interesting to see. And I think to add to your point, one of the complexities that's coming up with the younger generation now is the whole area around layering. You know, because that's what we talk about. We talk about exposure. But then I think the exposure itself is changing so fast. So you're absolutely right. Maybe we are hitting a zone where there's it's getting blurred. You know, the whole exposure is completely driven by consumers' choice.
Mm-hmm.
You can only mandate certain exposure limits, but beyond that, consumers are experimenting more. You can see consumers trying more than 3 fine fragrances on themselves to smell different. And this is a trend that's really catching up. So yes, absolutely bang on. Thank you.
Yeah, you're totally right, yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are the only person actually staying and standing between lunch and you. And this amazing lunch is waiting ahead of you. This has been gifted to us by our silver sponsor, so BASF, Robertet, and Simrise. And please note that our next session will start in the afternoon at 2:15. And this is a conversation you would not like to miss. We will welcome Jessie Tong from Singapore Polytechnic talking about innovation in the region and how this is triggered by Polytechnic Singapore. Thank you very much for your participation this morning, and see you this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Presentation will start in 5 minutes sharp. I'll let you enjoy your last coffee. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely lunch. And I also hope that you had the chance to network, because the Global Fragrance Summit is a great opportunity to trigger collaboration. And we should enjoy all our breaks, lunch, dinner to do so. So, the first presentation that comes after lunch is usually the most challenging for our speakers. That's exactly the reason why we're going to talk about innovation with Jessie Tong from Polytechnic Singapore to to showcase a few examples of how Polytechnic Singapore is triggering innovation and fostering innovation in the region. Please, a warm welcome applause to Jessie Tong.
Thank you, Valerie. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How are we feeling today? Great. I like the energy, but can be a bit better. How are we feeling today? Great, thank you. Yeah, very good afternoon, President of IFRA, Dr. Alexander Moore, IFRA Chairman, Mr. Paul Anderson. Very warm welcome to Singapore. And in Singapore, before I start, I'm from Singapore Polytechnic. In Singapore, we love acronyms. Yeah, and the reason why we love acronyms, I'm not sure, but for me, on a personal note, I like acronyms because I'm just too lazy to pronounce, hi, I'm Jessie. I'm from Consumer Chemicals Technology Center, which is a mouthful. So I would prefer to say, hi, I'm from SP CCTC. Yeah. Okay. Where? Oh, this is the, yeah. So who are we and are you all familiar with Singapore Polytechnic? So it's important for IFRA because we are the only educational institution in the whole of Singapore that currently trains for perfumery. So if I have friends from Givaudan, Firmenich, Takasago, Robertet, they would tell you that quite a number of our students are currently in these flavor and fragrance houses. And not only that, when we visit them, there's a small alumni from the diploma program from the Polytechnic that actually joins these fragrance companies. Yeah. Okay, and Singapore Polytechnic is 70 years old. It's actually older than Singapore. And we have about a year, 5,000 students that comes in. In fact, 10% of the birth cohort comes through Singapore Polytechnic. Yes. And we've seen our 170,000th graduate last year. So hopefully we will have more. But what I want to stress is, as an academic institution, we really are tailored to look at the needs of the industry. So how did Consumer Chemicals Technology Center start then as an education institution? Because we look at training, right? But we started CCTC mainly because we thought that there is a gap in the industry that happened in 2019, and we could do something to support industry. That's why the center was set up, 3 men strong, and there is where we started working with industry to see how we can conceptualize. From conceptualization, we can help companies launch products in the market. Then we attracted the attention of economic agencies. This is very important because why? The economic agencies support us in terms of resources. So it's the link to the Singapore government in some ways. Anybody from Enterprise Singapore or Economic Development Board here? Oh, great, I can talk about them then. Yeah, yeah. So ESG, they started this Beauty Personal Care Joint Project Office, BPC JPO. And what we do is, together with A-Star and EDB, we try to form a concerted platform that companies can turn to if they want to seek help, whether it's in R&D or beyond. So if it's a technical problem statement, A-Star and SP would come in. Anything beyond that that doesn't need training, then ESG and EDB would come in. So how do you differentiate ESG and EDB? Do you know? ESG looks at local SMEs. EDB looks at multinationals. So together, there is a joint project office to address the needs of the industry, and the aim is for us to innovate, develop products with government support so that they can then compete and thrive, not just locally, but internationally. So this is our Singapore government's effort to increase economic activity for the beauty and personal care sector. Okay, so from the different companies that we've met, we were set up as a Center of Innovation in 2022, COI. I hope you're good with alphabets. Yeah. So what does the COI do? So for us, we actually now have resources that is supported by ESG. So they give us quite substantial amount of grant for us to hire, and at that same time, we now don't have 3 men strong. We are about 10 people in in the center that looks at just industry projects. So you come to us with a problem statement, we try to see what we can do to support you. And so we looked at the 100 over partners that we've tried to work with in the past 2 to 3 years. And there is some analytics that we did. And we found that 3 key areas our clients tend to look for in the areas of sustainability, because they like to use ingredients that are sustainable, or they want a format that is environmental friendly, removing water to reduce carbon footprint and so on. Then there is sun care. We are not sure why, but this year we have a deluge of requests in developing sun care products, even from last year. Nothing to do with the latest developments elsewhere. Yeah, so our request for sun care development not just is limited to Singapore, but we have requests coming from Germany, from China, and from US as well. Very reputable brands. I cannot say which brand because I've signed an NDA. Yeah. Later on, I'll share some examples of commercialized creations, but for now, yes, sun care is an area. We actually took a bet and we bought quite a few equipment in the sun care area for us to do our tests, and I think it's paying off because our client requests, quite many of them are in the areas of developing sunscreens. The third is customization. So what we do for our clients is all the solutions that we develop is customized to the product, customized to the company, and the company owns the formulation. So we want them to develop capability. We are not there to compete with industry. We want to equip industry so that they can then compete and thrive and grow. Okay, then what are the areas that we work with companies on? So it's anything from product design all the way to marketing. Our main aim is such that they can launch products and shorten market to entry time. Then you will see something here, end-to-end ecosystem. So how do I establish this end-to-end ecosystem? So sometimes we wish when a company comes to us, the problem statement is where we can solve that solution for them. But in actual fact, it's very diverse. It can be anything from resourcing to clinical trials. Do you conduct clinical trials? Or do you have a manufacturer? So it can be a multitude of different problem statements, but we cannot solve everything. So what we do is we look internally in SP. We have a Singapore Poly company workforce transformation, mouthful. But actually what we have is 10 different schools. So you say it, you name it, maybe we have it. Whether it's AI, digitalization, advanced manufacturing, we have different schools and different centers that can support a particular company in their innovation or product development journey, not limited to what you see at CCTC. So to illustrate as example, maybe I want to share something here. For example, in terms of consumer insights research. So our School of Business, our Media Arts Design, User Experience Center can come in to help you conduct surveys or to analyze the business insights if you intend to penetrate a new market or expand your product portfolio. So it's something beyond what we can offer, but our friends in SP can do for you. That is how we establish an end-to-end ecosystem. So moving ahead, what can we do to support industry in Singapore, right? So in SP, we can offer facilities. This is quite popular with industry, meaning you form a joint lab on campus. And in doing so, you can also have access to our equipment. So what it means is when you are on campus, you have easy access to interns or talk to the lecturers to work on student projects. So it's something that you can leverage on beyond your own company and to tap on students and what we have to offer in the Polytechnic. Just to share with you, our ecosystem is not limited to the partners you see in SP, it's beyond. So we have quite a few companies that form joint labs with us. We call it co-location, and they are spin-off from NUS. You guys know NUS? National University of Singapore, National Technological University, another spin-off from there, and a spin-off from A-Star. So we have incubators and MNC as well within our campus, and we want to create a vibrant environment so that these companies can mentor our students and at the same time generate the talent we need for industry. So it's a full circle. At the same time, the companies, because they may not want to invest in a full-fledged innovation lab, or R&D lab in Singapore, so they can use what we have. Yeah. Okay, so that's our end-to-end ecosystem and how you can come and collaborate with us by tapping on our student interns and student projects as well. In fact, EDB actually came to get us to work on a year-long internship. So if you were to engage our students as interns, they will be with you for 10 months, instead of the usual half a year. Right, and how do we work together? 3 modes, actually these are the possible problem statements, but more importantly down here, it's either through consultancy services where you work, our staff will do the work for you, we will run the research for you and give you the results that you need, or it's student projects that I mentioned earlier, guided by our staff. If these are problem statements that are not urgent, your client don't need a reply tomorrow, it's more long-term R&D, you can tap on student projects. And last but not least, very interestingly, we offer project-based learning. So if you're in the business, you want to learn a bit about formulation, because in maybe some refresher, so we do a 2-day course, and you can tell us what you want to learn. Maybe it's in terms of creating a sustainable formulation, shampoo formulation with no water. So we can actually customize the 2-day course. All we need is 2 packs to start a class, and that course will be designed for you, and is highly subsidized by the Singapore government, which is using SkillsFuture credits. If you use SkillsFuture credit and you're eligible for that, you don't pay a single cent to attend the course, learn about it, and go back with a unique formulation. So that's project-based learning for you. Okay, so can be a multitude of different collaborations, but every company, we try to customize to their needs. Some would like to form a joint lab, others would tap on our work together to tap on grants from National Research Foundation or from the Ministry of Education. But if we tap on government grants, usually the solutions need to benefit not just one company, but a multitude of different companies. And our aim is to help companies launch product in the market with our consumer business ecosystem there to support, tapping on our student projects or interns to help do the work. At the end of the day, we hope you succeed, not just locally, but internationally. Okay, as an Institute of Higher Learning, I cannot leave this stage without sharing our training courses. It's a must for us. So again, as the only course that trains formally in Singapore, the first thing we tell our students is, we don't train you to become perfumers. We are here to give you the basic foundation for you to join the flavor and fragrance houses, for you to learn from them. So what we do is really the top, middle, base, some of the fragrance ingredients. We test them maybe 150 different fragrance raw materials, and then we send them out for internship to you, or for you to hire them as employees eventually. Yes, so there are 3 courses that are formally supported by MOE, which is your Specialist Diploma, Cosmetic Science, Advanced Dip. So these ones are night classes. The one I want to highlight would be the micro-credentials with CTFAS, and our friends from CTFAS are there. So Cosmetic Toiletries Fragrance Association of Singapore. So what does micro-credentials do? This is very new. You come in again 2 days, I don't know why we like 2, but 2 days, and you earn a skill. And these 5 skills, if you attend 5 times, you get 5 skills or 4 skills, and it stacks to a certificate. And 2 certificates will get you a specialist diploma that is co-developed, co-delivered with CTFAS. So you have industry accreditation, you have funding support from SkillsFuture Singapore, up to 90% if you qualify, and at the same time, you get recognition and certification. Okay? Yes. So to summarize our collaboration model, we have anything from training to solutioning platform, whether you tap on our students or our staff, R&D collaboration, tapping on grants, as well as building a community that supports one another, whether it's in terms of our end-to-end ecosystem or our beauty personal care joint project office. All right, then from here, let me share some of our success stories. This one I can share because they have launched. in the market. Starting with Herbal Farm, they are top 100 SMEs in Singapore, small, medium enterprise companies in Singapore. And we help them develop a scalp care set. And within half a year of launch, they won a Beauty Insider Award. Yeah. Another one is this. Have you seen this? Powder shampoo. Yeah, she came to us in 2021, I think. Yes, and we started with the 4 products over there. Actually, I also cannot read Chinese, but somebody tells me it's some collaboration with us. Yeah, so I just have to take their word for it. Yeah, and yeah, so these 4, I think they have expanded beyond the 4. They have many more products that are waterless, and she's doing very well. We have this sunscreen that is coral reef safe, because there is a company that I think is the owner of a spa in Malaysia, and they want to preserve the coral reef there. So they developed this formulation for divers. So I won't recommend you guys use it because the white cast is quite strong. Okay, then this is EWG verified, PETA approved, cruelty-free with the right certifications. And the founder developed this cream actually for the daughter and of course to commercialize. I think doing quite well. I like the cream. The concept is for users who suffer from eczema. If they don't want to use topical creams that are based on steroids, this is a good alternative. Okay, then why did I highlight this 4? Actually, there are many more, but I highlighted this 4 because they actually ventured overseas subsequently. For example, Nila is in Malaysia, as mentioned earlier. We have Octus, the eczema cream, in Hong Kong, and the powder shampoo is overseas in more than 11 countries. Yeah. All right, so please scan, click like and subscribe and what have you, because I will take some time here so that you have enough time to scan and follow. And what I want to share is, if you look at CCTC, we are like the blender in a fragrance formulation. So we try to connect the government or economic agencies to industry. And if you are interested to tap on maybe projects that give you tax exemption or projects that get specific type of funding, we are the go-to. We will connect you to them. And to ingredient providers, we actually incorporate the ingredients that you have to a formulation. So it's good for you to engage us so that we can learn about your latest formulations, latest ingredients to incorporate into formulations that will benefit the entrepreneurs or FMCGs. So that is the connection between ingredient providers and brand owners. And then from the student side of the house, we offer interns to support your operations, as well as student projects that they can work on to help you build capability without investing heavily in resources. And at the same time, as you mentor and you train them, they will come back full circle to join you as potential employees. Yes. And by the way, if you see there are 4 links down there, right? We have LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And we did that. And just a little, I have time, right? Just a quick anecdote of how these 4 helps us. The TikTok actually lets us connect with the Gen Zs. And there was one particular post that we have, and my colleagues were telling me, hey, you know, CCTC managed more than 1 million views for that particular post. And I was so happy, you know. And then when I went in to check, it was a post that had nothing to do with what we do. It was a post on Christmas. And it had 1 million views. How I wish it was something else like, you know, oh, we've developed this and that one had 1 million views. Thank you so much, and I hope that I have managed to engage your interest.
Let me check. We have 1 minute to take questions. Do you have a burning question you'd like to ask JC? One hand? Okay. Thank you, JC.
Thank you.
It was an amazing presentation. Thanks for sharing the capabilities offered by Polytechnic Singapore. And I'll try to remember, to make it short, CCTC SPCCTC. So for the next presentation, we will deep dive into China with a regulatory inspection of the cosmetic and fragrance industry, exploring what makes the country unique and what are the government's plans for the sector. So please welcome on stage Mu Min from the China Association of Fragrance, Flavor and Cosmetic Industry.
My great pleasure to be here to share something about China. And Singapore is one of my favorite places in a very favorite country. And I like it very much. And I'm sorry, I have to use this microphone because I can't sing songs as well as Matthias. So he can use the microphone like Madonna, but I just use this traditional microphone. Okay. I just want to maybe 3 topics about in today's remarks. And the first one is the development of China fragrance and flavor industry. Because we can't divide it, fragrance and flavor very clearly in China now because of our statistics collection. So I just make it in a row. First, I want to try to, because it is easy for you to understand the definition of FF, because all of you are from the FF part. But I think the definition of fragrance and flavor a little bit different in China, and we have a national standard for the term of fragrance and flavor. So the definition is about fragrance and flavor ingredient, and the other definition is about the compound and flavorings. For the total revenue, or annual revenue of China fragrance and flavor industry, as estimated, the total revenue in 2024 is 46.5 billion RMB, around 6.54 billion US dollars, increased by 6.4%. And just as mentioned by Paul in his speech, it's faster than the GDP growth in China, of course. For fragrance and flavor industry, it is, I think it's just as discussed, it's a very important industry in Singapore, and it's also a very important industry in China. Although with a relatively small scale, but it influenced a large market, especially consumer products market, especially food, cosmetics, and tobacco, and other kind of products. It directly influenced downstream industries around 300 billion RMB. How to say that in English? I just in Chinese is 30万亿. A little bit complicated in numbers, yeah. And this is the revenue of fragrance and flavor industry in straight 5 years. And we can see a relatively steady growth of the industry. And for compound and flavorings part, they grow faster. I think they grow faster than the ingredients part. And it also have more market share than the ingredients part. And there are many fragrance and flavor manufacturers in China, including multinational companies like Jivadun, FF, and Sunrise, and also a lot of local companies. Guangdong province in South China has most manufacturers. And just we discussed with about Jivadun also opened a new place in Guangdong province. As conservatively estimated that we have 1,500 manufacturers in China, but it's a little bit conservative. We have a huge number of manufacturers, but most of them are SMEs. And the manufacturers are well spread all over the country in the mainland. And as estimated that only in Xizang and Qinghai they have no fragrance and flavor companies, but the other provinces they all have manufacturers of fragrance and flavor. And it is relatively concentrated mainly in the Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta, and especially some multinational companies, they based in Shanghai. But nowadays the situation has been changed a lot due to some maybe environmental protection reasons, and also some stricter control of dangerous chemicals, and these companies moved to other places. Yeah. And this is the international trade of China fragrance and flavor industry. We can see that the total international trade of China fragrance and flavor reached $4.68 billion US, up by 31.8%. We all know that a lot of changes have been faced for international trade, not only for fragrance, but for all other products. But I think China is still a more active and open market in the world. And let's start off the second topic. It's about the regulatory system for fragrance industry. I think in China we make regulatory on fragrance and flavor products. We should see first of the characteristics and the properties of the FF products. The first one is numerous varieties and lots of homologs. The second, very low use level with a significant effect. And most of the ingredients found naturally in natural products. And there is no need for excessive addition. That's the self-limited of flavor and fragrance. And also, this industry has very high connection with other industries. For the upstream, they connect it with agriculture, with petrochemicals, and in the downstreams, they have very close connections with foods, cosmetics, and also detergents, medicines, tobaccos, and etc. To conduct the supervision and the regulatory system of fragrance and fragrance industries, it's based on the characteristics of the industry, and also based on the different usage of the FF products. So this is the regulatory system for fragrance industry. The first one is standard system of fragrance. This include the national standard GBT 22731. This is for fragrance compound. This is a national recommended standards. And it's the basic standard for fragrance part. We made it in the first version is in 2008, and experienced maybe third. This one, the 2022 is the version is the third revision of this standards. These standards, including the definition and some technical specifications and testing method. And the most important content is the restricted and forbidden substances of fragrance part. And it is aligned to IFRA standard, the 50th standards. And I think we maybe in the future we will change based on the 52nd version. And for cosmetics part, we have technical safety and technical standards for cosmetics. This is the basic regulation, technical regulation of cosmetics in China. And it's not specific on fragrance, but some of fragrance ingredients are restricted and some substances are forbidden in cosmetics. Just like, for example, the muscatone restricted with maximum level. Just I think it's the same with IFRA standards. We also have some other main standards and 3 fundamental standards. Just as mentioned, the definition in these standards, GBT 21171, technical terms of fragrance and flavor. And also we have the 2 fundamental standards for essential oils, just the nomenclature and also the principle of nomenclature of essential oils. And we have 26 standards for testing methods. You can see from the examples on the slides. And we also have nearly 200 product standards, mainly the fragrance ingredient standards, especially the quality specifications of these ingredients. And also we have a different control on the oral care products, fragrance used in this kind of products. The fragrance compounds for oral care products can also must use the flavor substances permitted in flavors in China in GB 2760. And the adjuncts used must be the ones in GB 30616. That's the national standards for flavorings. And for detergents, for fragrance used in detergents, that standards divided the detergents in 2 categories. The category A is the compounds used in must be used flavorings, because this kind of detergents, they are used directly contacted with food. And the category B, these detergents are used for dishes and other food contact products. So this one can use the fragrance compounds. And for the other, and these are the mainly the standard system of the fragrance industry. And we also have some other regulatory requirements for fragrance and also flavor parts, such as the drug precursors and dangerous chemicals and environmental protection regulations. They are not specific on fragrance and flavor industries, but they have very big impact on our industry. This is the regulations on administration of precursor chemicals. We can see that from the diagram that there are a lot of fragrance and flavor ingredients are included in this part. And this regulation has 3 adjustments in 2021 and 2024 and 2025 in recent years. And unfortunately, most times they add more ingredients onto this diagram. And the newly added one is the butyrolactone that frequently used in drinking products. Yeah. So, and nowadays the first one, the peperonal, may have the much pressure on our industry because it is very widely used in fragrance compounds, and especially in perfumes and cosmetics. And also we encountered some constraints when it exports and also imports. And for CAFC, we are just discussing with the government and to see if there can be some simplification of the registration work. And the next one is dangerous chemicals. In China, we also have very strict control on dangerous chemicals. This regulation is also the regulation on the control over safety of dangerous chemicals. Originally, it's a regulation level, but nowadays they may raise to the law, to the safety law in China. So we will see much more restrictions, much more stricter control on this part. And in China, because I think IFRA and IOFA also produced a manual of the classification of CLP and GHS of many ingredients. And in China, we also want to do some work on this job. We want to make some classification in China of dangerous chemicals. We just have discussion with the registration center of dangerous chemicals to see if there's a chance to make some projects on that, which will facilitate the registration work of our company. And I think the final one is the CAFC group standards, because in China, for the standard system, originally it's mainly the national standards and the industry standards. And nowadays, since 2016, we can make group standards for CAFC. For the association, we can make some group standards, which is a main supplement to the whole fragrance and flavor standard system. And it's mainly the industrial self-disciplinary part. Up to now, we have issued nearly 60 standards, including general standards, some testing method, and also product quality standards. And next step, I think we also make some group standards for ESG job, for fragrance and flavor parts, and also cosmetic parts. And finally, I want to take a few minutes to have a quick introduction about some hot topics and the main jobs of CAFC. One of the hot topics we discussed a lot is sustainability. I just heard from the presentations in this meeting in the morning, we just talk about sustainability. And in China, we also sustainability is also a very hot topic now. And in this year, 8 companies have signed the IFRA and IFRA Charter, 4 in May and 4 in September. In September, on our annual meeting, and Alex and Sven also joined our meeting and have a signature of the charter with the companies. These 8 companies are all top local companies in China, including the ingredients manufacturers and also compound manufacturers. And for the trends in China, ESG trend in China, great importance by the government and the industries has been raised since China has issued the double carbon goals on the UN meeting. And we are on the track of sustainability development. And more attention has been raised from not only the government, but also the society and the industry. And nowadays, some government departments, they set some requirements to the information disclosure of the companies, not only to FF industry, but also to big companies, mainly big companies. And also the ESG sustainability is also a requirement from the feedback from the market and consumers. a lot of Chinese consumers, they are eager to know how if the product is sustainability or it's a green product or some environment-friendly products. They want to know some more about this kind of topics of the consumer products they are buying. And I think the next step in the near future in China, somehow topics of the fragrance parts. One is the advocacy of IFRA standard in China, and also the close relationship, close cooperation between CAFC and the IFRA. And we also have a website. We translate the IFRA standards into Chinese, and we have reviewed it, revised it, updated to the 50th version of IFRA standards. And that website has more than 50,000 viewers now. And a new trend of regulatory, I think the most important one is in cosmetics, since in China, the main regulation of cosmetic part has updated and revised. And in recent years, we have a lot of changes in the secondary and third tier regulation documents for cosmetics in China. And I think today, Matthias has mentioned the problem of Lilio, maybe the prohibition of this kind of fragrance substances. And in China, we have the government has drawn the public comments of the prohibition of Lilio. And from the IFRA side and also CAFC side, we have raised submit our suggestions to the government. But I think how to say, the work is very difficult because in China, the cosmetic, the restricted and also forbidden ingredients in cosmetics are more learned from the EU. And EU has already banned this fragrance ingredients. And so it's a heavy work to do on that to protect this use of the fragrance ingredients. But I think it will be a trend of the ingredients used in cosmetics. This one is just raised as a question, a very big question, because next step, I'm afraid that maybe one by one, maybe new fragrance ingredients may be concerned by the government. So I think this part is it's a pressure on the industry, and we have to do some work on that. And for flavor ingredients part, we just have this year we also have a standard to be revised. We have 3 flavor ingredients to be moved from the list, the permitted list, because of the remove from the EU list, and to check the safety concerns of this kind of ingredients. And also the third one is the new trend of consuming, because originally we see that flavor and fragrance products, they only provide a smell and taste to the consumers. But nowadays, a lot of consumers, they are get maybe some emotion and healthy requirement on fragrance, especially fragrance. And for CAFC, we are doing a project to study on the connection of fragrance, of smelling and fragrance with the emotional healthy of the consumers. And we also do this project to cooperate with the Chinese science institution of biology and physics institution, and also the, how to say that, in psychology institutions. Yeah, we discussed this with the scientists from these two institutions, and they will provide some studies on this issue. And we can have a connection between the smell and also the healthy and emotion, especially emotional healthy of the consumer. And the other trend of consuming is that more and more essential oils, essential oils and also so-called essential oils are more and more consumed in China, especially after the pandemic, because people think that we can get healthier through smelling this kind of products. So that also raised the question of the safety, because we mainly focused on the safety of fragrance safety. It's mainly on the allergens, on the skins when we use it. But as this trend comes out, so we have, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing a fire drill. This
Okay,
is a
just
practice
to mention
drill,
fire
not
drill.
a real emergency. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing a fire drill. This is a practice drill, not a real emergency.
Okay, I just have a quick. And finally, I want to have a very brief introduction of KFC. For KFC, we are an industry of 3 industries involved: fragrance, flavor, and also cosmetic industries. These are our vision and value and slogan. And we also have the 7 main tasks of KFC, a very wide tasks. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The fire alarm has been activated in the building. We are investigating the situation. I repeat, we are investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for further instructions. Thank you.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，本大厦的火警系统已经启动，我们正在调查原因，请保持冷静，并且在播音器附近等候进一步的指示。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The fire alarm has been activated in the building. We are investigating the situation. I repeat, we are investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for further instructions. Thank you.
Thank you.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，
Still have.
本大厦的火警系统已经启动，我们正在调查原因，请保持冷静，并且在播音器附近等候进一步的指示。谢谢您的合作。
Okay, thank you so much. That's to see that fragrance.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts. I repeat, there exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，本大厦发生了突发性的紧急状况，请通过最近的出口离开，并且听从消防员的指示，请不要使用电梯。
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts. I repeat, there exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，本大厦发生了突发性。
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts. I repeat, there exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，本大厦发生了突发性的紧急状况，请通过最近的出口离开，并且听从消防员的指示，请不要使用电梯。
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts. I repeat, there exists an emergency situation in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit staircase and obey all instructions given by the fire wardens. Please do not use the lifts.
If I may.
各位先生、女士们，请注意，本大厦发生了突发性的紧急状况，请通过最近的出口离开，并且听从消防员的指示，请不要使用电梯。
We don't know how long it is going to last. It is said between 3 and 4. So if you had to wrap up in 3 words, what would you say?
I did not remember. I forgot. I just listened to. I just want to run out of very quickly. Yeah. But I learned from that alarm that our fragrance industry will develop very fast in the future because the IFRA meeting is unfair.
Yeah.
And the second one is that for fragrance industry is very healthy and very calm because we listen after the alarm, no one ran out outside. We still sit here very calmly.
Thank you. And between you and me, you could have stayed for another hour. And given the importance of your country, you need to come back next year. So we make sure to keep a seat. And now, we know that China represents 1.4 billion customer market, and safety matters for these customers, but not only, for customers all over the world. So it is the main priority of the sector. So, and to navigate consumer safety in the eye of the consumer, well, we have a perfect speaker for that. So we'd like to welcome Roger Brown, Senior Director for Global Product Stewardship at Procter & Gamble for the Asia-Pacific, Middle Eastern, and African region. Between you and me, I think that we're going to start the presentation. If there is another fire drill, eventually we go for coffee. But now it looks like it's holding, right? So please, a warm welcome applause to Roger Brown. Yes, we can.
So let me start with a thank you to the organizers, Alexander, Paul, for allowing me to speak on behalf of this audience. I think this is my second IFRA Summit. The first one was in Geneva. It's great to see this audience, and it's great to see all the collaboration and the participation. So I'm a senior director at Procter & Gamble with responsibilities in the global product stewardship area for our global fabric care business and our global perfume capability. And today I wanted to talk a little bit, how we are managing this as a consumer goods company and how we're looking at perfume in the new world. So Paul, I think there's a bit of overlap with what you were talking about in terms of innovation. But stay tuned, please. I think as we talk about product stewardship and our product portfolio as Procter & Gamble, we have a wide array of products, some that you ingest, some that come in direct contact with the skin, some that come in contact with the skin in a diluted form. And with the billions of exposures per day, we have a huge responsibility on the stewardship side, and we take that very, very seriously as a company. I like history myself, so I went down a little bit in the archives of Procter & Gamble, and pleased to say that perfumes and chemistry have a long history in P&G. So that already predates like the late 1800s when we were looking at the importance of fragrances and chemistry. And later on, we learned that perfumes are a key attribute in the choices that consumers make on a daily basis. So that is speaking the importance of the perfume in our product. And then we talk a lot about irresistible superiority as a company, and perfumes play a key role in almost all the product categories that we sell today. I think we've touched upon already that the landscape is changing exponentially globally and rather dramatically. I think we have very, very high consumer expectations. So for us, as a company that sells to the consumer, it is extremely important to stay close to the consumer and know what she or he wants. And again, perfumes play a critical role there. So it's very important that we stay in tune with the consumer needs, with the consumer desires. Greater transparency is a good thing, right? I think that builds trust and confidence in brands in our industry. So we've seen that, of course, increase dramatically, but I think that is a very good thing that we are becoming more transparent about what we have in our products. Compliance in a changing regulatory world. As a global company, we're kind of looking through a global lens, obviously, on this. So we do see a lot of developments here. We're kind of seeing hazard playing a more critical role than risk assessment, and I think we need to continue to keep safety in mind, otherwise it becomes a very slippery slope downwards. But this is a big thing that is very important to us. Last but not least, sustainability and a lower carbon footprint is also something that we have embarked on, and I will get to that topic a little bit later. We believe that the answers to these challenges, and I think, Paul, you said it already this morning, is in innovation. Innovation and partnerships. Innovation is not something that you can do by yourself. We need each other. We need the partnerships within industry to be innovating. So I think if we look at perfume ingredients, what we are after is to create a regulatory environment that protects innovation, but that also promotes innovation. And we have examples of that in the US, with the US EPA, where we work in partnership to see if we can get materials approved with the right risk management measures. We have a long history in Europe of very strong partnerships with the Commission, with the regulators, where we're participating in data call-ins. But the same happening in Japan, right? So I think it's important that on certain data call-ins, we leverage what is happening in one region, the good things that are happening in one region, and that we basically communicate between the regions and reapply materials that we're preparing for one region into the other. I think a good example is also on the perfume microcapsule technology, where we've had a very close connect between the EU and China, where we were looking at what we had done in the EU on the synthetic polymeric microparticles legislation, and then working with China to kind of see, can that be re-implemented and reapplied, all the information that we used, basically. So I think that is an important area, collaboration between the regions, reapply what is working very well. I think as we look at perfume ingredients, of course, we have the IFRA standards, and I think this industry can pride itself on the existence of the IFRA standards. I think you pioneered that well in advance of regulations, and I think that's a great thing. But I think we need to look a little bit beyond.
And it's IFRA standards is one area, but how is this going to evolve? And I think we need to look more selectively as which perfume ingredients are we going to defend. And we're obviously already looking through the lens of consumer safety, human safety, environmental safety as well. But I think we need to be choiceful, and we need to do this in a smart way, right? We need to do this in a smart way where, you know, if, for example, if you have perfume ingredients that are persistent and that are also associated with a relatively high level of toxicity and that are going in the environment at relatively high levels. I realize perfumes are used at low levels, but there's differences. I think you could ask yourself the question, do these materials have a future? So I think we need to be more strategic as we look at the perfume ingredients. Perfume's essentiality, I think that has also been mentioned, and I know that IFRA does a huge amount of work on this, right? So it's science, but also the role that perfumes play in our products. I can tell you, I'm based in Brussels. I sometimes invite the European Commission to our research center, and I bring them to the labs. And I let them show, you know, detergents and the role that perfumes play in that. And the first question that I get is, why do you need perfumes, right? And this is not too long ago. So that's the reality that we're facing, right? So what I do is I let them smell a towel used with the detergent with perfume and without perfume, and yeah, well, it brings back the point. But I think this is what we need. And I think in Japan, of course, we have this scent harassment which is playing into this. So I think we need to listen to the consumers, but also bring back the points on how essential role the perfumes play in our daily lives. And I think I've asked AI to generate something, and this is, of course, that's not new for the perfume industry, right? But I think playing into memories, emotions, and perceptions, and the role that just fragrances play, the health benefits sometimes of perfumes, right? A walk in a forest. I think this is also something, and I know IFRA already does a lot, but I think you can never do enough on this. So I thought it was funny that you use AI to put something together, and this is what they do, right? So it's not bad. Carbon footprint, and again, this is a great example. I'm pleased with the collaboration, right? As a downstream user company, we're obviously interested in doing the right thing for the planet and reduce our carbon footprint. And if you look at detergents, we kind of map, you know, what is the role that these individual ingredient classes play in the carbon footprint of a product. And we have a lot of programs in place, but perfumes are a critical part of the carbon footprint of our product. And I think we started the journey a couple of years ago, and it's been immense progress, thanks to IFRA, on getting carbon footprint data. Obviously, this is not a static thing, but this is a constantly evolving thing. So I think this is also an important area for us. And I think the way we're looking at this is also in terms of perfume compaction as a very critical enabler for reducing the carbon footprint of a perfume. So going from a perfume with 100 materials to a perfume with fewer materials, taking out also the materials that do not necessarily contribute significantly to the olfactory properties of a perfume, I think this is a key way. So these were just a few examples. I think I'm concluding my talk here. I kept it deliberately short with a couple of key messages and food for thought. Alexander, Paul, I hope you liked it. But I want to thank you once again for the invitation, and thank you very much for the attention. And I probably caught up a lot of time. I'm glad that I didn't have any fire drills.
But quick thing. Do you have any question? Because me, I have a burning question. Please? Oh. Okay.
It's okay.
Is it possible?
Sure.
Okay. He didn't get a chance to. It was just about the figures you presented. You presented some numbers about the F&F import-export for China. And do they include aromatic raw materials, or are they just F&F numbers? And if they do include aromatic raw materials, do you have any idea of what would be the share of those in those figures? Thank you.
I think the import and export data it's a real problem for statistic collection because a lot of first of all it includes the raw materials, the fragrance ingredients, and also flavor ingredients. Because a lot of our ingredients are chemicals, they are included in that tax items. So sometimes we can't separate them. So I just on the slides we collected the 27 tax items, and we also for Capsi ourselves we also have maybe 55 items, and also but we can't clearly divide them apart. So that is only a very brief data to show our industry, the import and export. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Moomin. I hope it answered your question. Perfect. Quick question for you, Rob.
Yes.
Do you think customers are actually ready for compaction?
I think compaction is the right thing to do. Consumers are also asking for sustainable solutions. The planet is asking for sustainable solutions. So I think we're going to need to work this closely with the consumer, obviously, hand in hand. This is an evolution. So I think that's how we're looking at it.
Thank you.
Yep.
It was perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
So we had indeed a beautiful start of the day, and there is more to come. But we'd like to invite you first for a well-deserved coffee break, along with snacks that will be served outside in the conference hall. And please, thank you to our silver sponsors for this, Roberte, BASF, and Simrise, for this boost of energy. On paper, we have until 3:45, so please try to be back a few minutes before it starts. Thank you very much, everyone.
active ingredients. It's the burgeoning of a unique art, that of sparking the senses to emotions through tailor-made products dedicated to the clients who trust us. This passion translates into the preservation of life through cutting-edge technologies to extract the essence of tomorrow. Robertet, futuring naturals.
So welcome back, everyone. I can feel that this coffee break was more energizing than the others. Yes, we're ready for the last part of our day. We started today talking about regulation with an update on the IFRA standards with Jennifer Dortz and Matthias Wey. In the following presentation, we'd like to have another perfumer's perspective on how challenges posed by regulatory requirements and understand how perfumers turn these constraints into opportunities once again. So without any further ado, please welcome on stage Stéphanus Agung-Nugroho, DSM Firmenich perfumer.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. My name is Stéphanus Agung-Nugroho, DSM Firmenich perfumer. So it's a pleasure to be here in front of you, all the experts, as well as it's very lovely to see some familiar faces that I haven't seen for some years. Thank you. So today, I would like to bring you to a journey through evolving regulatory landscape in our industry. and how this ever-changing regulation at the end reshaping the way we create, the way we innovate, and the way we future-proof our fragrances. So the topic will be divided into 3 parts. First, we will look into the global regulatory dynamic. After that, we will learn about the impact of regulatory in fragrances. And last, we will try to define the new way of working. So here, we see the global regulatory overview in the past 15 years. So I'm not a regulatory expert. I will not explain the detail of this, but I just want to pick a few that really relevant for the perfumers. So these slides show you that the fragrance cosmetic industry is under increasing regulatory pressure worldwide. This pressure comes from different forms, yeah, like ingredient ban, ingredient restriction, requirement to do more the transparency and labeling, and also there's a demand for increase of the ingredient testing. So we can see that Europe is continuing to set the standard for the regulatory higher and higher. So it's resulting in more and more key ingredient in the fragrances under intense scrutiny. In North America, we have new requirement for ingredient registration as well as safety monitoring. In the Middle East and Eurasian region, they are tightening control and documentation. So Asia Pacific is also moved quite quickly, yeah, aligning with the more European standard. So we can see here that the regulation becoming more complex and more interconnected that create the big challenges for perfumer to create. Now, let's take a look on how Europe is managing the CMR substances. In recent years, the number of fragrance and cosmetic ingredient under evaluation for the CMR, potential CMR classification is increasing significantly. So what does that mean for our palette? In the past year, only a handful of ingredients like lilial and laurel was banned over a decade. Yeah, but recently, the pace has accelerated. In the past 2 years, there are more ingredients, many more ingredients are facing possible CMR classification. For example, yeah, important ingredient like heliotropin, a classic note that has been used for 150 years, was classified under CMR 1B in 2024 and may be banned unless extension is granted. So in Asia, do we have the concern about this? Yes, of course, because regulation, like some of our gases, also travel to Asia. So let's have a look on what's happening in Asia, and Asia is not lagging behind in terms of fragrance and cosmetic regulation. So in fact, the region is moved quite quickly. Yeah, and there's a wave of new rule and standard that's being introduced across many countries. In recent years, countries like China, South Korea, Japan, and those in Southeast Asia have all strengthened the regulation. In Southeast Asia, as we know, we have ASEAN Cosmetic Act that is helping to harmonize standard across ASEAN country. So it is interesting to see that this regulation is very much inspired by European model. We see more the ingredient safety and allergen regulation, and then also the CMR restriction is also coming to this region as well. For us perfumers, creating for this region is as demanding as what happened in Europe with all these regulations introduced. So of course, all the regulation will impact the way we work. It's reshaping the factory's design, affecting performance, as well as able to drive the cost up. So we will check on the impact of fragrance because of the regulation. So first one is the olfactive impact. Any ban on the ingredient or the limitation, either is a natural or a synthetic, will narrow our creation palette. So this will force perfumers to use the alternative ingredients that may at the end alter the intended scent profile. So sometimes after the rework, it's very noticeable that the smell are different. Sometimes it becoming less complex, less balanced, and sometimes also becoming functional. So olfactive profile give a signature to the brand, so that's why it's really important for us to take care properly. Altering the winning scent can put serious risk to the brands. And then when we do the substitution of the banned ingredient, it's really not a simple job. It needs fine-tuning, it needs expertise. At the end, it's like another mastery by itself. So, sorry, if I can borrow a quote from Igor Stravinsky, the more constraint one imposes, the more one frees oneself, and the arbitrariness of the constraint serve only obtain precision of execution. So it's exactly what happened when sometimes when we do this kind of substitution with a new ingredient, we really need expertise and the patience. The next. Is impact on performance of the fragrance. So some classic ingredient like some musk, oak moss, some spices, resins, as well as citrus, they can provide the longevity, projection, and diffusion in the perfumes. So when we miss this ingredient, the perfume lost its depth, lost the lasting power, and losing the bloom as well. So we know that it's very important to deliver, performance is very important because it's delivering overall character and signature of fragrances. And often, judged by consumer as a quality. So when we have to rework and we cannot match the current performance, it can be issue for the consumer. Impact on the investment, the compliance with the regulation can also increase the cost. For example, the reformulation of with a new substitute can involve new or high-cost ingredients. Often brand need to be put under further testing after that for the stability and consumer validation. So, but on the positive side, of course, it will drive the investment for innovation to find a new and a future replacement. So, reformulation complex basically happen. Sometimes one restriction can impact large number of perfume references and triggering massive reformulation exercise. So replacement of bad ingredient, for example, often is not one-to-one, but the mixture or a accord of combined several replacer. So it make the formula become longer. And sometimes due to the different regulation in different countries across the globe, global fragrances will have different reference in the more formulation. Of course, the timeline pressure is something that is a big thing as well, because more and more regulation being introduced in a faster pace. And then talking about the preserve the iconic creation, same like the presenter this morning, that is very important. Iconic perfume have achieved that status because of timeless appeal, distinctive signature, as well as give an emotional connection for the consumer. So they have delighted the consumer for decade, yeah, and then contribute to the success of the brand. So some key ingredient of this iconic scent have a potential to be banned in the future, and some of them is almost impossible to find a replacement. Now, what do we have to prepare for to be ready with all these regulatory changes? We go to the new ways of working. So at the SM Firmenich, we have an outstanding track record on innovation and discovery of new ingredient. We have been pioneering it for over a century. And our ingredient is a consumer-centered, meaning that they are something that is inspired by what the consumer prefer and consumer needs. So, in DSM Firmenich, perfumer is at the heart of the discovery. We always in a good collaboration with our R&D to find a new ingredient. And this is just to show you a little bit on the process that we call the green gate. This is where perfumers and our scientists work together. First, start with the discovery stage, where our scientists every year can generate around more than 1,000 ingredients discovery. And then those ingredients will go to the perfumers panel for the screening. And the screening is based on olfactive uniqueness and then the performance as well. After the screening from the perfumer, those ingredients go to the gate that testing called bioecotax gate, which is a biodegradable test, ecological test, and a toxicology test. This is the most important gate to screen down, yeah, only ingredients that pass this gate at the end will go to further development, which is the manufacture as well as registration. After that, then the ingredients become the part of the perfumer's palette. This process can take about more than 5 years to finish, from starting the discovery until the introduction to the palette. So that's why it's sometimes it's quite challenging to manage the regulatory new regulatory that coming with a higher pace. But with some of the vision, we try to always anticipate what's happening and try to have an ingredient that can replace those ingredients that are going to be banned. Now we are going to smell some ingredients, and my colleague will pass you some 3 ingredients with success stories that was invented for to answer the regulatory solution. Do you all have the first ingredient called mimosal? So mimosal is an intense green muguet note with a soft anistic facet and a fresh cyclamen undertone. We can just distribute the second and the third. So these ingredients was developed to answer regulatory restriction of ingredient in the muguet or lily or the valley direction. So this can be a replacement of lilial or laurel. Of course, it can be used alone or in a combination. But usually, if you want to substitute ingredient with a great facet like a lilial, you need to combine several elements, several ingredients. Second one is evenal. This one has more floral aldehydic muguet note, and also with some green facet. And the third one will be the muguissimo. So muguissimo has a fresh, clean muguet aldehydic with cyclamen. It's more watery than the others, and still with the anistic undertone. So they are all high-performance ingredients that allow to be used in the low dosage. So it's lowering the carbon footprint. So this type of ingredient is perfect for the compaction strategy. Any comments on the ingredients? I think each of you will have different preferences, but for me, I like the most mimosal in terms of intensity as well as the unique character of the anisik. So this can be a ingredient that replace also part of heliotropin. So I believe everybody has smelled all the three, and oh no, there's number 3 here. This table. Oh. So I think we can continue for the next slide. Or if you have question about this ingredient. Okay. So so we also empower perfumer with AI-driven digital tools that can include the regulatory aspect as well. So we also think that's very important, the transmission of expertise to our younger generation, young perfumers. So we start the training. We also, in the training of perfumery, we also expose them to the regulatory exercise. We try to replace the banned ingredient with the new ingredients, similar like the exercise of Lilial replacement with the Evenal, Mimosal, and the Mungissimo that we have just smelled. Yeah. And then it's very important to have seamless collaboration between creation and regulatory. Yeah, as we know, regulation is very complex. It's tough for perfumer to really interpret what's happening, and we need an expert to do that. So also we need our regulatory team to keep us updated on what's happening in the future. So this is the vision to prepare our future. Firmenich, DSM Firmenich is an industry thought leader with the inspirational olfactive vision. So we always try to anticipate and embrace the next era of challenges. We try to build the future forward palette with the 4 driving force, which is regulatory, creativity, performance, and sustainability. So we develop innovative feature ingredient ready and offering differentiation and superiority for either for consumer brand or for the fine fragrance. So I think that's the presentation. So I hope it's useful for everybody. And we always prepare our feature palette to be able to create the future-proof fragrances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanus, and for making us smell fragrances, because this is what the GFS is all about, smelling fragrances and discovering new technology as well, so it was a pleasure. And out of curiosity, which one of the 3 fragrances did you like the most? If you liked the first fragrance the most, please raise your hand. The second one, it was Hivernal, I think. And the third one, around Muguet, Muguissimo, or... So somehow the first one you preferred, right? And it's true that from a perfumer's perspective, which one was the most challenging to rework? The first, the second, or the third? I was trying to just answer a question. Which formula was the most challenging to rework? The first, the second, or the third?
Oh no, they are not formula. They are single ingredients that used as a replacer of ingredient like Lilial and Lyra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so my mistake. Perfect. Everybody understood.
Thank you.
So let us zoom now into some of the key regulatory and ingredient defense challenges in Asia Pacific. So please welcome on stage Alain Rayat, President of Sears Consulting and Chairman of the CTFA of Singapore. And if I just had a few words to welcome him, with over 40 years of experience in the cosmetic industry in both research and development and quality, Alain has served with Johnson & Johnson, Yves Rocher, Revlon, and has been working with Singaporean authorities on cosmetic safety and efficacy for the past 20 years. Well, a big round of applause. It's an honor having you on board.
Thank you. So I was asked to talk to you about the defense challenges. And before I talk about some specific examples, you have to understand what the challenge is. And it's not always the piece that is visible. It's not an iceberg, but I always tell people, if you want to solve problems, learn mathematics. I have a BS in mathematics. That was my first degree. And after 3 years of mathematics, I can tell you, you learn how to dig deeply into the challenge in order to find what is the real problem. The second thing you have to understand and keep in mind that regulators don't care about your company. They don't care about who you are as a person and what the effect of the regulation might have on your company P&L. Not their issue. But if you want to challenge, you have to understand what is the issue they are trying to address. And that's the very key points, the key messages that I'd like to transfer to you, and I'll give you some example. The first one is the EU regulatory influence. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and that's very, very important because in ASEAN, the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive, we have an ASEAN Cosmetic Committee that makes a decision on the final evaluation and regulation. And there is an ASEAN Cosmetic Scientific Body. I have the privilege to be one of the members of the Singapore delegation to the ASEAN Cosmetic Scientific Body together with Jessie. And the first thing we do is automatically review any change in the regulations in Europe. So anything that's happening in Europe has impact everywhere. We used to say when I was in Europe that if it rains in Paris, there are drops in Brussels. But now it's the reverse. If it rains in Brussels, the whole world see the rain. And then if you understand the position of the regulators, this ingredient has been banned in Europe because it's a CMR. So it has proven to have carcinogenic or mutagenic or reprotoxic activity. How am I, as a regulator, going to explain to the public in my country that I am not banning an ingredient to protect them when the European Union is banning the ingredient to protect their own consumers? Is there a difference between the consumers here and there? We know there's none. But so the biggest issue we have today is the change in Europe from risk to hazard. And I remember a few years ago at the Cosmetic Europe conference, I told one of the regulators from the European Union that they should ban cars, because cars are a hazard on the street. For me as a pedestrian, they are a big hazard, so they should ban the cars if they're based on hazard. But if they're based on risk, then car driver must have a driving license, they must have traffic lights on the road, and I must, as a pedestrian, cross in pedestrian passages when the traffic light for the cars is red and the little man is green. So that's the difference between your approach as a regulator to cars and your approach as a regulator to cosmetics. There's also a difference. Microplastic, ban, very bad. Oh, we cannot use them in cosmetics. But 98% of the microplastics in the environment come from tires. So should we ban the tires on the cars? Or what do we use? So we should ban the cars. We get back to the same problem. Cars are the problem, not the microplastic, not the cosmetic industry using microplastic. So what is the real reason? And try to put the regulators in front of the real reason by giving analogies from other part of the world and from other industries. The wrong thing is to go straight. Very wrong. Because you go straight, you close the door. They don't even hear what you're saying, even if they are in front of you. So a lot of EU restrictions are adopted just because there's no reason, no good reason not to adopt them. And I think it was Lyral, where we had data showing that the actual allergies were going down in Europe, but it was banned. So even though we had good data, we had good explanation, reluctantly we had to accept that the ingredient was banned because nobody was going to use it. So I want to give you two ways that where we have been able to approach the problem. The first one is proactive. When the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive was approved at the end of 2003, it came into force in the beginning of 2008. But during the period of 2004 to 2008, we had programs to define a little bit, put in place guidelines. And I had the privilege to be moderating the workshops on these guidelines, notably the safety guideline and the PIF guideline. And if you look at how do you do a safety assessment? How do you do a safety assessment of a fragrance? As a safety assessor, I don't know what's in the fragrance. Those of you who are in the fragrance industry are not going to give me the formulation, and it wouldn't help me because it's not my area of competency. So I have to rely on something, and that something is the IFRA standard. So relying on the IFRA standard for the safety assessment, we put that into the safety guideline and put that into the PIF guideline. It is mandatory in ASEAN to have in the PIF the IFRA compliance certificate from the fragrance companies. And as a safety assessor, I get sometimes products developed I don't know, in different countries in the world. The fragrance come from anywhere. When it comes from a big company, the IFRA compliance certificate is available very quickly. When it comes from some small or medium fragrance companies, I have sometimes to wait 2 months to get it. And it's not normal. It should come immediately. And what I push the companies in the trainings that we do, it's a mandatory requirement. Before you place your purchase order, make sure that you have a contract giving it to you. So you have to understand the problem. Problem, safety of the cosmetic product in the market. Why? Well, it's important to have safety for the consumer. I always tell people a dead consumer is a bad consumer. They don't come back and buy the product. So make sure they stay healthy. You have to understand the regulators. What is motivating them? Their responsibility is safety of the consumers. So work with them in putting in front that whatever you do is to promote the safety of the consumer. What are the pressures they're under? I got a message, we got a message at the association about 2 weeks ago from the regulators saying one of the journalists wants to have an interview on a particular ingredient in the cosmetic industry. That's a pressure on the regulators. Their answer, we don't give interviews, that's easy, but it is important to work with them. Work with them, not against them. And find a way to meet the objectives of the regulators while preserving the requirements of the industry. And the way we've done that proactively in that aspect is by introducing the IFRA standard into the requirement, mandatory requirement in the regulation. Sometimes, so this is what I just say, so I'm going about. You can have a reactive approach. We recently had the problem with piperonol or heliotropin, which was banned by the narcotics control laws in Thailand. Nothing to do with the FDA, nothing to do with the cosmetic regulation. But how do we manage? Because if it's banned as a narcotic, then you cannot import any product that contains it. And if you do in Singapore import narcotics, you are passible of the death penalty, provided the quantity is above 4 grams. Okay. Above 4 grams, it's mandatory death penalty. Below 4 grams, it's not mandatory. It's at the discretion of the judge. So here, we have a problem. So we try to understand the problem. Piperonol is not a drug, but it's a precursor. It can be extracted and used to manufacture a drug. So we calculated, went through the calculation, put together all the dossier, and then went back and said, hey, if a drug manufacturer wants to extract the substance from the fragrance into a cosmetic product, good luck, because it's not easy. And it's very costly. So we provided acceptance limit, and they were introduced, and now piperonol is allowed up to 1% in finished product and 10% in fragrances, which is what the fragrance industry was requesting. But you have to understand what is the problem. Why is this asked for, and where does it come from? As one of the presenters mentioned earlier, it's not just the cosmetic regulation. It's the environmental, the chemical, the drug, narcotics regulation. There are many regulations that can affect our finished products. So we have to be very, very open to that. The other last point I wanted to mention is we have created an international association collaboration. And that's a informal association of associations around the world. Basically, you have two big ones, Cosmetics Europe, PCPC in the US, but together with JCIA in Japan, KCA in Korea, CAFC in China, CTFS contribute and participate, and CTFS is a member, together with the other association in ASEAN, we have created the ASEAN Cosmetic Association. And one interesting thing is that the ASEAN Cosmetic Association was introduced into the ASEAN Cosmetic Law as having a seat at the SEC and having a seat at the SESB. So we are sitting at the same table, defining together with the regulators, we're shaping the regulation. We're not waiting for the regulators to shape the regulation and then try to work with them. We're privileged in Singapore. I think it's the only country in the world like that. A few years ago, when I was president of the association, I was called by the regulatory authorities, the director of the consumer product branch of the FDA. And his question was, how can we help the industry better? I've never seen any regulators coming to the industry and say, how can we help you? It's usually the reverse. Okay? So one of the things that is very important, Singapore is a little bit different from the other countries around the world. But it's very important to create a relationship of trust between the regulators and the industry association. That's the most important. And I think with IFRA, by being transparent, by having put on the table, I remember the first meetings of the IDEA project, everything was on the table. When we discussed with the regulators, the Commission, the SCCS, the other joint committees of Europe, everything. That's how you create trust, not by fighting. So, conclusion, regulatory challenge and ingredient defense starts in the EU. And if it doesn't work in the EU, then it can be taken as a secondary process elsewhere. Approaching this in Asia Pacific is tough because it's a fait accompli. It's something that is banned, and so there's no other way. Well, we did put in the decision of the SESB that if an ingredient is a CMR, the European have a specific area where it can be used. It's a food ingredient, as was mentioned this morning, or there is no alternative. Because in ASEAN there is no food regulation, it's country by country. We decided that if it's banned as a CMR, it will be reviewed at the SESB, the safety in use will be reviewed, and if it's safe, it will not be banned. So we have the example of zinc pyrithione, which was banned in Europe and is not banned in ASEAN because based on the risk, it is safe. So understanding the real problem, not placing the industry request in front, but placing the regulator's interest first is very important in the approach. And acting through the industry association, building trust with the regulators is extremely important. We do a lot of training in ASEAN. On all our training, the regulators are invited. Now in Singapore, they pay because they cannot accept free tickets. Okay? They pay their participation to our webinar, to our seminar, but we give them members rate rather than non-member rate. That's the best we can do. But for other countries, we invite them if they are allowed to accept the free ticket. It's a free ticket. But that creates also the bonds and create the trust. Building trust takes time. Losing trust takes a second. So think about it and don't lose the trust if you have succeeded to build it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Alain, for sharing everything you have. Wisdom, expertise, amazing stories, and we're going to remember them. What we'll remember is your mathematical approach to regulation, very pragmatic. And then we need to understand the problem, the reason, and the regulators for a better approach. Thank you. We are slightly going to change the dynamic now with a panel discussion on regional industry insights. So please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Caroline Lee, who is also IFRA Regional Director for the APAC region. Please. Thank you, Caroline.
Can I invite my panelists to come? You know who you are, right? All the panelists. Bianca. You just sit as I'm going to be sitting here, but you guys just sit. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you all for sticking until almost the last part of the session. Thank you very much. I hope this organized panel will not disappoint you. So I want to introduce yourself, yeah? So first is Michael Carlos. He has been a very familiar figure for IFRA and the fragrance industry. Michael, just briefly let people know who you are.
Okay, my name is Michael Carlos. What am I today? I don't know. No, I used to be the president of Givaudan for many years. And then after that, the chairman of RIFM, the chairman of IFRA. I was chairman of a biotech business out of the US. And today, I have a fragrance brand in France and a fragrance brand in Singapore.
Okay, veteran of fragrance and chairman of all many things. Okay, Andrew, you're also a familiar figure for many people here.
Good afternoon, Andrew Gan, president of the Cosmetic Association that Alain is from. He's the chairman now, recent promotion, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. And we have the pleasure that Bianca's joining us. She is a different breed from the usual people here. Outsider, welcome her perspective. She's an economist. Bianca, you want to just say one or two sentences?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I am an economist, as mentioned. The firm I work for, Asia Decoded, we are a think tank, and we advise policymakers, corporates, institutions on the economics and geopolitics across Asia. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. And Jaideep?
Hello, I'm Jaideep Gandhi, and I'm the president of my company, LDG International, a SME company in India. And I have been the president of the Fragrance and Flavor Association of India for the past 2 years. It's over now for me. I'm the ex-president. And on the sidelines, I also do some side work for the Indian Space Research Organization. Thank you.
And Hilai-san? Sure, yeah.
Hello, my name is Takamasa Hirai. I'm a representative of from JAFMA, Japan Association, and I work for Hasegawa company to create quality assurance department, to work for quality assurance department. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time is really ticking. So I think we do this round, and Michael, as a veteran, will be the last one to talk. So we start with Andrew. I think, okay, we have a few questions for all the panelists, and after that, I'll be open to the floor for you to have opportunity to raise a question. First of all, Andrew, as a CTFAS president, you're not just representing Singapore. As Singapore, as we heard from EDB VP, already it's a hub of many Asia-Pacific headquarters of many companies. So how do you see CTFAS helps all the companies, not just in Singapore, but also in Asia Pacific to develop, especially for the fragrance perspective? I appreciate that.
Thank you. How many of you were here about 2 Fridays ago for the Grand Prix? Oh, cool. Okay, I see quite a number of hands. Wonderful. As you know, this Grand Prix is one of our highlights every year, the night race. And it brings together about 300,000 people, not including the drivers and all the other companies as well. Indeed, as our EDB VP, Ms. Kelly, has mentioned, Singapore is the hub here. We do not describe ourselves as a change maker. However, as a hub here, we do play an important part, as Alan has mentioned, in advocacy, in influencing our ASEAN friends and partners. But I think that point needs to be emphasized again, that we have built very deep trust with all our ASEAN partners, the relevant and counterpart associations. So I think that is the first step. And secondly, we also display a very bipartisan approach in all that we do, a position of neutrality coming from the empathy and perspective of the regulators. And we do work with the regulators instead of a very combatant or adversarial approach. But ultimately, of course, we ourselves as consumers, we are mindful of our children, our families, about the potential impact that unsafe cosmetics can have. Now, the fragrance industry in Singapore is pretty small, about 145 million US dollars. And the beauty and personal care is probably about 545, according to Statista. So as all of you know, this is not really the place of great consumption compared with Mr. Mumin's domestic market, which is tremendous, right? But indeed, this is a launch pad. This is a gateway. As Jessie has mentioned, this is a place of innovation. And with innovation, this is also something that we are proud of, that we have a very strong IP protection. And the Director General, if you know, Daniel Tang, is a Singaporean, and he's the Director General of the WIPO, the World International IP Organization, of which they have 165 countries. So with our recent PM Wong's visit to New Zealand, to Australia, to many countries, including Thailand and Vietnam, I think we are continuing with this building of relationships of trust across our neighbors. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much, Andrew. So Priyanka, as somebody from a very different background and perspective, I think we really appreciate the opportunity to have you here to talk from a macro economy perspective. I think some of the questions raised in the preparation is what is going on in the world today? Is China's economy really facing challenge declining? Is India really, really rising? And how about Southeast Asia? Are they taking a bite out of the situation? So yes, floor is yours.
All very simple questions. Let me start by saying that the world has done very well this year. If I was speaking here in January, I would have given you a very gloomy picture. But Singapore itself, we've just had our Q3 GDP advanced estimates come out. Yes, there's a slowdown, but growth is exceeding expectations in general, thanks to front-loading of business activities, strong tourism and services that is propping up consumption, as you may have very well witnessed in the fragrance industry, as well, demand trends holding up. But a lot of this is due to one-off cyclical factors, as I said, ahead of the tariffs kicking in, and even worse coming in terms of protectionism and US-China tensions. Businesses have accelerated their inventory buildup, but there's always a payback time. And underneath that, I think the bigger challenge is that as the US-China tensions were intensifying, the rest of the region benefited, right? Vietnam saw more manufacturing move in, Thailand, Malaysia, India saw Apple manufacturing come up. But those trends, which have actually led to the development for the region outside of China over the last few years, they have stalled. We are not really seeing any FDI in manufacturing coming in the first 6 months of this year. The two simple reasons for that. A, there's huge amount of uncertainty. You don't know what tariff your country or the country you move to tomorrow will face from the US. Will it be worse off than China or better off than China? So it's very difficult to say, is China really declining? A lot of it is really relative at this point of time. And B, of course, the growing scrutiny in terms of the content actually a product has from China, even if it is not made in China. So it's a very difficult world we are in right now in terms of how the global order is reshaping and the flux we are in. There is some sort of good news, at least for the rest of the region. We might be heading towards a reset, at least in terms of diversification picking up again. And that's simply because China is also moving with its own export controls, its own measures. And that is reminding firms, perhaps like yourselves, that it's important to not have your eggs in one basket. It's important to de-risk and it's important to diversify. And then you start looking again in the region or outside the region. Will this play to the advantage? Where should you move? Now, this new phase of supply chain diversification that we're heading towards, it's different from the first one. The low-hanging fruits have been exhausted. I would say it's a more difficult competition with the West also joining in with its own industrial policy imperative. And so you cannot, whether you're ASEAN or you're India, you cannot really rely on your old playbook and your own, low-cost advantages that have been going on. There has to be an effort to identify what can be done. So inter-regional integration, as you said, Singapore is well placed, both in diplomacy as well as geopolitics, to drive this. We are seeing ASEAN talk increasingly about vertical integration across the region, and there are ample opportunities for it to partner with India as well as it moves across the supply chain. So the sooner we transition from just being a low-cost manufacturing hub to a more productive, resilient, and well-diversified manufacturing hub, I think the story of the region rising stays.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. I would imagine the floor might have more interesting questions to you after that. And Jaideep, very welcome here to this RGFS. Yes, and I think during our short chat during the coffee break, you touched a bit on the huge diversity, cultural, language, economy, diversity of India. And India has been a very more and more prominent topic and economy in today's world. So of course, being the current president of FAFI, we're interested in we're interested in hearing your perspective on the fragrance industry in India and also the local industry, the SMEs, compared with the international ones. It will be a very interesting play field for the whole industry. So we'd like to hear your perspective.
Yeah, as I spoke with her during coffee break, India itself is not a country. I will describe it's a continent of countries. Varied languages, varied cultures, varied faiths, and big gene pool. And each culture has their own fragrance likings. Yes, India is rising. India has a consumption of its own. India wants to break free and export to the world. The challenges and the things that India has a potential, like mass and premium coexist together. Even the Kirana stores, the mom and pop stores coexist along with e-commerce. So there is a challenge in the requirements of the fragrances, in the packaging and in branding. So like L'Oreal and some other companies, they in fact, their sale has dropped in India as compared to the homegrown companies like Mamaearth and Sugar Cosmetics, thanks to e-commerce. The local people are more aware, are now more open to experimenting different brands. They are traveling a lot, so they are taking brands from outside India, and they are wanting to experiment more, and they are looking for similar brands in India. So yes, the fragrance industry is booming, but again, the risks are there because the local SMEs are skeptical about adopting regulatory standards like IFRA. Like Alice earlier told, they fear that their business will shut down overnight. So yeah, IFRA has a lot of things to do for convincing the local SMEs. They are transparent, but they have to be more proactive and proactive in convincing the SMEs and the MSMEs to adopt to IFRA standards or IFRA standards that can be adopted into the local Bureau of Indian Standards category.
Thank you, Jaideep. I think that will be a good discussion of how IFRA standard can be adopted, as we mentioned earlier by my colleagues and many other speakers. IFRA standards has been well adopted in various regulatory schemes around the world. So India, as a very interesting region, that will be a good discussion. Thank you. And Hilai-san, so again, welcome to Singapore again. I think we're very interested in hearing the Japan perspective, quite a few topics. For example, I think one of the speaker, Rob, even mentioned about the fragrance. Yes, the scent harassment, kogai issue in Japan. So that is one issue we'd like to hear your perspective, plus the allergen matter. Also, it's up and down in the Japan among the population, the topic, as well as some safety data sheets. If you can just enlighten us with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline-san. In the Japanese fragrance industry, we are currently facing three major issues: kogai issues, SDS issue, and fragrance allergens issue. Regarding kogai issue, there haven't been significant recent developments. The Japan Consumers Union, NPO, consistently raises this issue and holds regular meetings focused on Koga issue. They have presented survey results indicating that about 10% of elementary and junior high school students have experienced feeling unwell due to fragrances. These findings has been covered by various newspapers, but the extent of the reaction to this coverage is still unclear at this time. As the Japan Flavor and Fragrance Materials Association, JAFMA, we will continue our monitoring efforts on this matter. Next, I would like to address the issue of safety data sheets, SDS. In Japan, there are 3 regulations concerning SDS. The Industrial Safety and Health Law, ISHL, and the PRTR law, and the Poisonous and Deleterious Substances Control Law, PDSCL. There haven't been recent amendments to the PDSCL, but significant revisions have been made in recent years to the ISHL and the PRTR law. Under the PRTR law, as of 2023, approximately 90 substances have been added, including a substantial increase in fragrance ingredients. Specifically, the number of Class 1 specified chemical substances has increased from 462 to 515, and Class 2 from 100 to 134. These substances need to be clearly indicated on the SDS, with concentration percentages expressed without ranges, specifically using 2-digit percentages. Under the ISHL, it is required to provide an SDS for products containing notifiable substances above a certain threshold. Based on the SDS, our clients must carry out risk assessments on these notified substances, which necessitates explicitly stating them. As these substances are designated based on the government's GHS classification for hazardous chemicals, the list of notifiable substances under the ISHL is set to expand annually from 2025, with numerous fragrance ingredients added each year. This means we will need to update the SDS almost on a yearly basis. These regulatory changes are significantly impacting our operations. Lastly, concerning fragrance allergens, Japan is conducting research on fragrance allergens as part of Public Health Science Research Initiative by the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. This year marks the second year of a 3-year research project. The results are not available, but preliminary information suggests that Japanese individuals tend to have weaker allergic reactions to fragrances compared to Western populations. However, it's still unclear how these findings may impact regulations or industry practices moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilai-san. And the last but not least, Michael, you're truly a veteran of the fragrance industry.
I like the word veteran so much. Okay.
But yes, so I think would appreciate, I think you're perfect as the last of the panelists of the overall fragrance industry. What do you see the future in Asia Pacific? Also, maybe you can touch a bit on the Middle East, for example. You also recently have a lot of experience there.
Okay. Yeah. So I think over the last 20 years, you would see that if all the fragrance companies have done quite well, it's largely been driven on the background of success in Asia. So the huge results that Many companies have posted of growth rates way above, normal GDP growth rates. A lot of it has to do with Asia because, and I can say for our own company, it was consistently double for a long, long time. So this has driven the growth. Now, once you see with the growth that's over there, you often wonder, is the resource that's put in, not necessarily from the company level, but also from the industry level, is it adequate or not? And I think this is where at times we do fall short. Because what we've seen over the years is that there's not enough work put in relating to, consumers within the region only itself. So if there's a huge amount of testing that RIFM has done in the past, which is linked to, studies on skin all around the world and testing with people all around the world, there's very limited work that's done in Asia. And Singapore is the ideal place in which this can actually be done because you have a very strong skin institute over here, a lot of leading brands in skincare, some of them, a lot of the initial work, if you take Procter, some of the initial work on some of the brands has really come through here also at the same time. So can this come to another position in what it is? Yeah. So exactly. You get all the races that you need to get and also in the proportions that you need. In addition to that, I think you have, and you alluded it to when you mentioned, the regulatory authorities. I've never come across and I've dealt with regulatory authorities all over the world. I've never come across regulatory authorities that are as open and welcoming to business as in Singapore. It starts, and my interaction was largely with the SFA, which is the Singapore Food Agency. And the first time that, and there was always this talking about food, about alternate proteins, where Singapore's invested a lot over the last few years. And they were always looking to exchange with business, talk with associations, which is very difficult elsewhere. Then if you take other countries within the region, and I watched with amusement as Matthias talked about Australia and New Zealand this morning. Yeah. Because years ago, I always wondered why Matthias always wanted to travel to Australia, to the other end of the world completely. And it was only 4 years ago, being over here, that I really understood how the Australian, the FFA and SAID actually works. I was deeply involved for the biotech business I'm involved in the US for getting a novel food ingredient registered. It was complicated doing it everywhere else in the world, but in Australia, they gave us clear deadlines, a clear cost on what the whole thing was going to cost, the timelines that were out there, and they finished the project 3 months early. At the end of the project, we got a full tabulation of all the money that was spent on the project and the money that was returned back at the end to the company after all the work that's done. So I think it would be useful to try and build on this to a much greater extent in the future at the same time. When you talk about innovation, there's a lot of innovation that comes within the region today. Years ago, I'd always read that the US was all about innovation, Europe was all about regulation, China was all about imitation, and India was all about procrastination. Yeah. So this is what you could start with years ago. I think this has evolved to, and being Indian originally myself, I can attest to some of that even today. But this has moved a lot today. I mean, you can see that China is far ahead in innovating in many, many areas. The US remains very innovative. Europe is still very regulation-driven, and basically everybody else in the world follows, and India's also moved. So everything is changing quite a lot. And to finish, I think, basically what you talked about, Priyanka, is the fact that you have a situation today where between tariffs and other things, the world is getting more and more compartmentalized. And businesses have to be able to deal with different countries in a different kind of way. So I think the associations, and it's great with the work that we all do, but as the associations move ahead, they've got to take regional factors into consideration more and more so that they can manage the whole global situation overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So we have just a little bit less than half of the session left. I think this is a very dynamic panel and a lot of interesting perspectives. I would really like to hear some inputs and questions from the floor to any of the panelists. Okay. Cannot see too many in there.
The word that comes to mind is I get a feeling of leverage, and I'd like to bounce on what Michael just said and some of the things that were said this morning. Matthias reacted to a gentleman, IFF, hiding behind the pillar there this morning about when Europe decides to regulate and implements, there's very little chance to get it to change. I get the feeling with what I've heard during the whole day that if this region, starting with Singapore and the region in general, were actually to stand its own stance rather than just copying what the Europeans are doing, it would actually create a dynamic where at a later stage, generally these institutions look at harmonizing between each other. So even though you get to think that things can't move in Europe, if they are set differently in such an important part of the world, there is a harmonization which will be necessary down the road, which could actually leverage and help us move things in the direction that we'd like to happen. So it's that thought. If you want to comment on that, you think that this is a possibility instead of just, sort of half sleeping, following a path which is regulatory established by the Europeans. Thank you.
Any of you want to comment?
I can talk from the EU-ASEAN FTA perspective, which the free trade agreement between the two, which has been stuck for decades and pretty much stuck on some of these harmonization grounds, because the set of countries, so ASEAN has its own ASEAN way of performing and coming to agreements on things where everything is very consultative rather than hard-bound, and you take everybody, it's not a majority, but it's like what everybody thinks and on that. Whereas the EU acts as a single entity and it comes to the table. It makes it very difficult for this region, which acts as a collective rather than one source, versus the EU, which has its own set of regulations and is pretty bound with them and wants hard decisions rather than staggered or depending upon which level of development which country is. Because ASEAN, although we speak as one, we're sitting in Singapore, one of the most developed countries in the world, or rather the most developed country in the world, and we also have Laos. So it's a very diverse region. So that is the challenge with harmonization. Having said that, the EU has woken up thanks to external factors, and is moving much faster on all its agreements, whether be it on a regional trade agreement level or bilateral levels. You've just seen the EU-Indonesia FTA, which was also in work for a decade, come to conclusion. So there's definitely an acknowledgement from the EU that it needs to also make compromises on its front and needs to come and meet ASEAN and talk about the same things that you're saying. So we may see more movement, but again, I think the very approach of the philosophy that EU has and ASEAN has makes it slightly difficult in practice to achieve what you're suggesting.
Thank you. Yes.
If I could just comment further, I think you need to distinguish between standards and defense of materials, which could be things which are really quite different. I think at IFRA we need to we have to push on the standards and see that we do so because of the safety of our products. What Joris was mentioning in the morning was more about materials which are becoming CMRs or other issues that are really coming up. And don't give up the fight if the fight is lost in one region, and try to see whether we can keep the fight going on in other regions. So at times it's a kind of a mixed message, but I think we need to distinguish between the two. And at the end of the day, it's a job also of IFRA and the associations and the companies inside there to defend their materials to the maximum extent possible, especially for the companies. And also, especially when it comes to naturals today, how do we ensure that we can maximize this defense, putting money behind it? Hope it answers your question.
Okay. Anybody else have any inputs or? Sorry. Where? Okay. Sorry, this is
It's a
really
comment to
blinding.
our Japanese friend. I have read that 95% of the Japanese, the sweat doesn't smell at all. And that's why Japanese don't use deodorant and they don't use perfume. In medical industry, what we do is we at least convince the people that they got a disease and then we give the cure. Can fragrance industry do that? You know, of course, we can't spread the disease, spread the scent, but we can convince the Japanese that they don't smell good.
Thank you. Japanese dislike fragrances, and in Japan, they are trained to be a preference against strong-smelling products such as perfume and fine fragrances. As a result, the fragrance market is relatively small compared to the flavor market. Despite this, the introduction of long-lasting scented fabric softeners using micro capsules has gained popularity. So this increased exposure to fragrances, particularly in spaces like elementary and junior high school classrooms, has led to the Koga issue.
I think what Hilai-san also intended to say, it's not just fragrance as a perfume, as fine fragrance perfume. There are all those fragrance that is from the detergents, fabric softener, etc. So the Japanese like the fragrance or not, but at least that kind of popular is that kind of products with releasing of the fragrance from the detergents, conditioner, etc. has been very popular in Japan market, as Hilai-san mentioned. So it's not just limited to fine fragrance. Just add my interpretation of the answer. Okay, yes. Also, she's a technical expert also from a different field, yes.
Hi, I'm Michelle. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering, what is the biggest economic driver for companies here, especially in India, fragrance houses in India, to adopt IFRA standards? Meaning, is it multinational brands? Is it niche brands? And where are those brands who are demanding IFRA standards?
A very good question. India is a multicultural and multi-diversity market where still fragrances over a wide spectrum are required. So local homegrown companies and local multinationals like Godrej and even Unilever and Procter & Gamble, they fight for the same shelf. Another companies like very fast Sugar, Mama Earth and Cleans, they are coming up quite well. So basically, the challenges that Indian manufacturers they have is that they face the IFRA problem with the multinationals. Wherever they go, they have to give a IFRA certificate. Whereas in the local sector, IFRA regulations are not required. So this is kind of a different separation. I will say. And again, there is skepticism in the Indian MSMEs sector that if they conform to IFRA standards, they will lose their advantage to the multinational companies operating in outside or inside India. Well, that is a misconception. They are losing competitiveness. They cannot enter into the bigger area of the market. They are stunting their growth. And that is a sector where IFRA has to address to. They have to take a step forward, convince the local industry, local associations like FAFI, that look, we are in the best interest. What has happened in Europe and other areas need not happen in India. So we are here to help you. We are not your foes, we are your friends.
Thank you, Jaideep, for the perspective. Indeed, I think what, if I just may add my inputs, is that there's a misconception, as we have heard all day. IFRA standard aim to protect the consumers' safety for using for all the consumer products containing the fragrance. However, there could be a misconception that the IFRA standards means the big multinational companies versus make it life difficult for the small SMEs in India, for example. And that indeed is a misconception. And that is what the industry and our associations as a multi-plural to really to work together to change that kind of misconception. Right. Any other? So far, quite interesting. Sorry, this is okay. Darius. Maybe Darius first, and one more because there are two, three. This one first, and then.
Okay. Thank you. So I wanted to go back to the previous exchange on the need to defend materials that are restricted in Europe. Most of those materials are restricted because they're classified as CMRs. Have you considered that brand owners, such as P&G, simply don't want to use such materials, regardless of the safety profile, whether they're restricted or not, as long as the classification is correct? This is going to be in the safety data sheet. This potentially is going to be listed on the label, including in the US. And so we simply don't want to have those materials. So is it really the fight that is worth fighting? Going back to the point that Rob made, we need to be smart about deciding which materials we want to defend, unless the classification is incorrect. But if the classification is correct, it's hazard-based, we agree, right? It's not an objective safety issue. It's a perceived safety issue. Perception is by consumers. To us, the consumer is the boss. So are those fights worth fighting?
Asking.
Maybe I could, with my limited knowledge from some time ago, I think the moment a material becomes a CMR classification, my feeling is that material is dead. Yeah, the possibility of trying to revive it is very, very difficult. But I think we have materials in years gone by. And if I remember correctly, Galaxolide is a good example from years ago, where it got a very negative classification. And companies came back with a lot of testing beyond that over a long period of time and managed to get it amended to a certain extent. But I think part of the problem today is that, yes, it's a CMR and it's considered a CMR and it's considered a CMR, so it's dead for you because you have a global brand. But I think the moment you go to a country like Indonesia and you have local competition in Indonesia there, which operates, let's say, only in Indonesia, they will want to fight like anything to keep the material in Indonesia as far as they can, or at least not get the Indonesian authorities to either ban it or put certain restrictions on it. So that becomes a much more of a local issue there somewhere down the road. And I think this is, and IFRA really has not much of a role to play in the middle of all that. because it's for the companies to do it.
Well said. Thank you. There's one more question on this side. Yeah. Okay, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that interesting discussion. One of the things that I keep hearing from everyone is that Singapore regulators are wonderful. Makes me want to move here, actually. And what I want to ask is there some way of distilling the factors that make the Singaporean regulators wonderful? Is there something that we can take back home to change the culture so that it becomes a positive regulatory culture like it is in Singapore?
Singapore is a very young country, just 10 years older than IFRA, for your information. So just turned 60. I think it all started way back 30 over years ago with Mr. Philip Yeo and the other ministers. They have launched a strategy for innovation. And that innovation strategy has recognized that at that time, 8 out of the 10 top fragrance companies, as EDB said, were located in. They chose to make Singapore their home. And so they have built that strategy in a very pervasive way. It's not shallow. They have thought through it very deeply, economically, as well as in terms of providing the education to equip the people with skill. And so therefore, 20 over years ago in the Singapore Polytechnic, they have already established a School of Perfumery. And I remember visiting that lab during its inauguration. I was privileged to be one of the people to be there helping with the cutting of the ribbons when they launched the DPCS, the Diploma in Perfumery and Cosmetics. So it is wonderful to actually work with civil servants and public servants who already have that vision way, way ahead. And so they built the infrastructures for the wonderful perfumery companies, the fragrance houses. At the same time, they have to supply labor. They have to supply technicians, engineers, chemists, And then they built A-Star, the National Skin Research Center, and there are hundreds and hundreds of top talents that they have recruited from around the world. And we have had the privilege to work with the Singapore Institute of Skin Research as well. And they are excellent, very sharp people from around the world. So Singapore is very cosmopolitan. First of all, it's an open door policy. Initially, the small companies suffered a lot. I can bear witness to that because with the regulations, with the adoption of standards and more testings, those with limited resources were in a way bowing out of the business. However, the competition has played a great part to stimulate innovation. And like what many of you say and I hear, that the constraints have actually, compelled a lot of this sort of very creative solutions. And so I think, Catherine, my short answer would be that we have built an ecosystem where there are, for example, the Health Sciences Authority laboratory is one of the recognized testing laboratory for narcotics, for pharmaceuticals, not just for cosmetics, but is recognized, and we offer the services to our ASEAN partners, right, to put all those standards in place. And the accreditations are recognized as well. So that ecosystem of right now, CTFAS, my association, is working with the SP to upskill people with an advanced diploma. So they work in the day job, and then they come for 2 full days of very intense courses, take an exam, and they earn a micro-credential badge. And with 9 of the batches, they get an advanced diploma. So it's a wonderful way to equip people with the practical skills, not just theoretical, but it's very real to their work and relevant. So they take home after the 2 days, and off they go. They are able to perform the work better. So that ecosystem and that strategy, innovation strategy, is very deep in the mindset of our government. And I'm very happy and proud to say that I'm a product of a Chinese father who immigrated here, and a Malaysian mother. So we have a lot of that kind of heritage. So as you go to the Botanic Gardens, one of our favorite World Heritage place on Friday, you will enjoy the beautiful diversity, the biodiversity there, and the diversity of our food and those local smells like pandan and, you know, laksa smells, nasi lemak. A lot of these local kind of unique taste, the gourmand smells are all actually diffusing into our culture. So we are actually very happy to work with IFRA as an association to association, in promoting these standards. Because as Alan said, there's no way for companies to really analyze and break down all the molecules. And so therefore we have to rely on a trusted partner. And therefore our health sciences authority can see that we have that kind of sincerity in building ecosystems in collaboration with all the agencies together, you know, and to make not just a theoretical education, but we also talk about morals, we also talk about ethics, you know, upholding high standards in business, in what we do, in transparency, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we're really running out of time, but before we give everybody to get out, I want to use the opportunity maybe for the panelists just to say one or two sentences as a wrap up. Andrew, since you just talked, maybe Priyanka, you want to just start with basically each of the panelists. Appreciate if you can give a couple of sentences just to wrap up. Yeah.
It's been fascinating just learning and hearing about the regulatory challenges, which also does feed into economics as well, as you look at integration, especially at regional integration, the compartmentalization that's happening, as Michael mentioned. So it's important that we look to reduce these barriers. I think that's important, especially within ASEAN and also across Asia. And then, you know, once we have this sort of capacity building that was mentioned by Andrew right now, where Singapore can actually help the harmonization happen, we can then post that united stance against EU that was talked about earlier. So really the inputs as to how to go forward have really come out from this panel.
Good. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, India's advantage is its big diversity, its scale, and really the coming years will be of India. India's growth is being spoken about everywhere, and the FMCG sector of India is rising in two digits for the past 5 years. So, and India's population is the youngest. So, if all the roadblocks are removed, then I think everybody will be in India. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be even more populated than today. Okay, Eliza, you want to have just a couple of sentences? Yeah.
Japanese regulations are indeed unique and often considered difficult to understand. For instance, the Fire Service Act is entirely specific to Japan. The Chemical Substances Control Law also distributes quantities in a unique way when it comes to small-scale new chemicals, which differs from international practices. Additionally, the laws I mentioned earlier, such as ISHL, the PRTR law, and the PDSCL, require different management approaches compared to other countries. As JAFMA, we thoroughly review these regulations and work diligently to share information with our member companies. We organize seminars and publish a monthly newsletter to ensure that our members are well informed and able to navigate these complex regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilai-san. JAFMA has been very steady and staunching supporter of the industry. Grand finale?
No, in fact, I'd like to go on a completely separate tack because I'll be ending my association with IFRA this year and going into retirement more or less completely. So I started at IFRA and RIFM, started actually at RIFM in 2008. And It was soon after the Givaudan Quest merger. And for me, going to an IFRA or RIFM board meeting was actually 2 days of relaxation, because it took me away from all the throes of a busy acquisition, getting into the thick of all this, and just getting into peace for 2 days. All that changed very quickly, because all the allergen stories sort of intensified. And I think the whole industry was caught in a very bad position at that point in time. And what we had to do was to up the budgets like anything. So to raise a lot of money. So the RIFM budget almost tripled, and the IFRA budget more or less doubled, to be able to do all the testing that we needed to do. And then we started this whole testing program that has been going on and on and on. But now I think the amendments come faster than Formula One, I think, if you make the comparison. Yeah? Because, and I think Matthias and the team and Jennifer are really busy all the time as they do all this. In addition to this, I think the good thing that we managed to do was to build the regions. So we built the region in Latin America, in Asia, over here, because so much of the business is really outside to be able to do this. So that's been a really strong achievement over the years that we've done. And I think right in the beginning, and with the help of Kalis, who's here today, we managed, as soon as they started the Fragrance Perfumers Association, that we linked up with them so that perfumers could get a much stronger voice in everything that's going on in the industry, largely because it's always dominated by the regulatory environment. And then over a period of time, we've tried to see how there is a voice for perfumers in the middle of all this also at the same time. So I think a lot has been done over all these years. And as I sort of move away, and just, I hope you enjoyed the little perfume that I left you all today, which is from my shop, which is somewhere close by, in Plaza Singapura, close by. And I just focus on a perfume brand that I have in France and the small perfume business that I have in Singapore as I move into retirement. So thanks to all of you, and especially here to Alex and Paul and Charles, as they've organized the whole thing and given me the opportunity to speak a little bit at the end of the day. Thank you.
I think that provides a perfect ending for this panel discussion. I don't even have to prompt for that. Thank you. Okay, Valerie. So thank you. Give one more applause to all our panelists, please.
Pleasure. Thank you, Caroline, and all our panelists for this beautiful discussion. I believe all has been said on this one. Here comes the closing presentation for today, with a point on ingredient transparency and consumer trust in the fragrance industry in Asia Pacific. Please welcome on stage Peter Ong, President of the Fragrance and Flavor Association of Singapore and Chief Executive Officer at KH Roberts. Please.
I heard a good morning this morning, so now it's good evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm going to try to keep this short, I promise you, because you have all been through a very long day. If I were you, I would have gone through the door right now. But so let me just make sure that I'll keep what I have to say short and then to the point, okay? First of all, let me start with some thanks on behalf of the Flavor and Fragrance Association of Singapore. It is an honor to welcome you here and co-host the Global Fragrance Summit 2025. So my first thanks goes to IFRA organizing this summit, for bringing the world of fragrance to Singapore, and if I may say, for carrying the heavy responsibility for organizing this event. You have brought all these people here today from across the globe, and you have given us all the platform to share knowledge, build trust, and then imagine the world of fragrance. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of Paul and Alex, and also thank the many speakers who have shared their insights today. The breadth of voices from regulators to industry leaders, from scientists to innovators, is exactly what makes this summit unique. So, as I was listening through the whole day, made some notes, and just going to kind of maybe repeat or recap a little bit as well. So what have we learned today? Well, we have been reminded very clearly that standards are the backbone of our industry. Without harmonization, there is confusion. And without safety, there's no trust. You heard that word trust a lot. We have heard that regulation is tightening in Europe, in Asia, and everywhere else. And while this presents real challenges for perfumers, it can also spark creativity. So limitations, we are told, can lead to potentially new discoveries and innovative approaches. We have been told that consumer trust and transparencies are no longer merely optional. They are now expectations. People want to know what are in their products. They want to be reassured that these products are safe and responsibly made. And then we have been reminded of the opportunities here before us in Asia, in the Asia-Pacific region. As Paul alluded to, this region is not only vast in population, it's home to more than half of the world, but also dynamic, youthful, and diverse. With China and India alone representing nearly 3 billion people, it is no wonder that Asia is fast becoming a significant market for the fragrance industry. So which brings me to Singapore. We've heard a little bit about Singapore here and there, and so I'll do like my little part here. Despite her size, this city serves as a major center. We've heard that as well. A place where East meets West, where trade routes converge, and where creativity and innovation thrive. For decades, Singapore has been a hub for the international flavor and fragrance houses. Thousands of perfumers, evaluators, scientists, and technicians work here every day, shaping scents that find their way into products around the world. This summit underscores Singapore's role as a bridge between cultures, a bridge between regulators and industry, and a bridge between tradition and innovation. So where does that leave us as we close the first day? I said I was going to be short, and I am. So the first is with recognition that our challenges are serious. We've heard that standards, regulations, transparency, sustainability, these are not easy issues. They demand cooperation across borders, and they demand both scientific rigor and political sensitivity. Second, with optimism, because it is today that, if today has shown anything, it is that we have the right people here in this room, the right willingness to share, and the right spirit of collaboration. And third, with a reminder, this summit is not only about listening, I guess it's also about engaging. So the real values lies in the conversation you will have at dinner tonight, and I'm here stopping you from that. In the networking tomorrow, and as well as all the partnerships that you may have formed or forged from this 2 days. So let me thank you once again for your attention, for your presence here in Singapore, and for the work that you're doing to shape the future of fragrance. On behalf of the Flavor and Fragrance Association of Singapore, it is our honor to co-host this summit with IFRA. We are proud to welcome the world of fragrance to our vibrant garden city. And as Andrew has alluded to, I think you're going to go visit the botanical gardens on Friday, so please enjoy that. And now, can I just suggest that we just give our minds and excuse the punt, our senses, change our pace, and continue discussions over dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I will have a few very important announcements to make tonight. The first is that all the mugs on the table must disappear tonight. We won't take them back home, along with the bags that you received this morning as a gift and the little fragrances as a gesture. So please don't forget them today. I think we really had an exciting series of presentations. This first day was insightful, engaging, and inspiring, but there is more to come. Another full day is awaiting ahead of us, a day where we'll deep dive into both sustainability and innovation in all its forms, engage with fragrance and ideas, connect with leaders and experts. For speakers who are speaking tomorrow, if we wish to check your slides and do some sound checks, please stay in the ballroom to do so until 7 p.m. Otherwise, you can come tomorrow morning as well, earlier, from 7 to 8:30. But the day is not over yet, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue, as Peter was saying, with all of you over dinner. Thanks to our gold sponsor for this beautiful evening ahead of us, including IFF, DSM Firmenich, and Ultra International Limited. We will even have a nice band to accompany the welcome drink. Now, very important information, so you don't get lost in the hotel, and believe me, it's possible. The summit dinner will be held at the Sky Suite on the 69th floor on the Swiss Hotel side. 3 options to reach. I know it's complicated. I had to train for this. For those staying at the hotels here, you may take the high-rise lift up to level 70, then walk down the stairs down to 69. For those who are not staying in the hotels, you need to walk towards the Swiss Hotel high-rise lift and go up to level 70, then walk down the stairs to 69. Third option, and it's actually the easiest somehow. You may also take a lift at Swiss Hotel Lobby Level 1. We'll have ushers at the lobby to direct you, and they're very helpful, believe me. Welcome drink will commence from 6:30 onwards. Now, with regards to specific diet, if you had dietary requirements, please identify yourself at the event. And thank you all for today. The summit will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the same ballroom. Welcome coffee and tea will start at 8 onwards. And do remember to bring your own badge. Please, thank you.